Okay, good evening, and welcome to our March 3rd St. Tammany Parish Council meeting. I'll ask Mr. Kirk Drum to say the pledge and Mr. T.J. Smith to say our prayer.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us bow. Our eternal God, we come once again with bowed heads and humbled hearts, praying, oh God, and asking you to please hear this our prayer. And we want to begin it as usual, dear God, by just saying thank you. Thank you, dear God, for this blessed opportunity that you've given to us once again to assemble ourselves in this peaceful place that you provided called home, called St. Tammany Parish. We thank you, oh God, for your darling son, Jesus. We thank you for the Holy Spirit. We thank you, oh God, for all of the blessings that you've bestowed upon us from our very early existence until this very present time. We thank you for your love, your peace, your joy, your long suffering. We thank you for your gentleness, your goodness, your meekness, your faith, and your temperance. And we pray, oh God, that fruit will be utilized this evening in the deliberations of this body. We thank you, oh God, for the people of Ukraine at this time. And we pray, dear God, that you would have mercy on them in this time of trouble that they're going through. And we pray, oh God, that the wings of this prayer will move into place, dear God, that will move you, oh God, to give them that peace that we so humbly enjoy here in this country. And dear God, when we're finished praying and when we're finished doing this business that you've assigned to our hands to do, we'll be so very careful to give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. For it's in Jesus' name we ask it all. Amen.
Amen.
God save the Republic.
All right, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mr. Dean? Here. Mr. Fitzgerald? Here. Ms. Casabon? Mr. Lorino? Mr. Taladano?
Here.
Ms. Tanner?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Kenyalet?
Here.
Mr. Mike Smith?
Here.
Ms. O'Brien?
Here.
Mr. Drum?
Here.
Mr. Bender?
Here.
Mr. Airy?
Here.
And Mr. T.J. Smith?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, let me first read on the public comment period. A public comment, a three-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. And when we get to appeals, I'll let everyone know about the time limits on that. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record, but who does not wish to speak at the podium, may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating that they do not wish to speak. And I know everyone's familiar with the speaker cards here, okay? I'll make one point, and that is, I'm told that we have a lot of our colleague citizens outside, and we appreciate everyone coming to participate in government. As Councilman Smith said, that's a freedom that certainly Ukraine is treasuring. So let's look at this as a good thing. If you need a minute because of the amount of people outside, take the minute. If you need 3 minutes, take the 3 minutes. I would only ask that if you're hearing a repetitive comment, whether on an ordinance or a resolution or an appeal, consider that as opposed to we just get constantly repetitive on it, okay? So thank you, appreciate that. Okay, item 1 is presentations. presentation of proclamation to St. Tammany Parish Government Employee of the Month, President Cooper.
Good evening, members of the council and members of the public who are here with us this evening. This is an honor each and every month to present a proclamation to our Employee of the Month. And this evening, I'm honored to provide this proclamation to Ms. Brandy Morris of the Finance Department. Brandy? Hold that while I read. Whereas Brandy Morris began her service to the St. Tammany Parish government in October of 1999 as a finance technician in the Department of Finance. And in January of 2007, she was promoted to accounts payable supervisor. And whereas Brandy willingly and happily works for all parish departments to assist in resolving any issue regarding finance, whether it is through a change order, a budget adjustment, a vendor change, or receiving on a purchase order to ensure that our vendors are paid in a timely and accurate manner. And whereas Brandy is industrious and conscientious, and in addition to her assigned duties, she has recently taken on the cash receipts duties, and now eagerly performs both her accounts payable and cash receipts duties with accuracy and efficiency. And whereas Brandy Morris is an outstanding employee, performs her duties in an exemplary manner, and is committed to serving the citizens of Covington. I'm sorry, the citizens of St. Tammany. And the citizens of Covington. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish of St. Tammany, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Brandy Morris as Employee of the Month for March 2022, and encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish and our parish council members to thank her for her contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Brandy, congratulations. And Brandy is joined here by her husband and her son.
Did we do a picture?
Yeah, we're going to do a picture right here. Congratulations. Did you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper, and congratulations. Okay, next item is on the presentations. Presentation of Certificate of Recognition to Marietta Barnes, excuse me. This was postponed, and Councilman T.J. Smith.
Mr. President? Mr. President? Yes, sir. Ms. Henry?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Henry? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and awaiting council as they come. This past Monday marked the conclusion of an annual celebration that is recognized in the United States, Ireland, United Kingdom, and Canada, called Black History Month. And we were planning on extending this proclamation during that month in honor of this individual who's going to come before us now. But due to some COVID restrictions, we had to move it into tonight. And so we want to ask, if she will, Miss Marietta Barnes, if she would come forward. Ms. Marietta Barnes, the St. Tammany Parish Council and the St. Tammany Parish Clerk of Court and the President of our illustrious parish, Mr. Mike Cooper, recognize you for all of your accomplishments and dedication to the citizens of the local, state, and national level. Whereas Marietta Barnes is the daughter of Miss Ella Ruth and William Barnes and was raised in the St. Joe Pearl River community. And whereas Marietta served in the United States Army for 4 years, and in the 1990s she was deployed to Saudi Arabia during Operation Desert Storm after volunteering to serve her country. And whereas Marietta is a graduate of Southeastern Louisiana University, where she earned a bachelor's degree in general studies and a minor in family consumer sciences, and whereas Marietta began working in the St. Tammany Parish Clerk of Court's office in 1996. Was that under Lucy Reed, Rosh?
Well, she was leaving office and Ms. Prieta was coming in.
Wow. She began as a land record scanner. In 2017, she was promoted to Director of the Recording and Elections Department. She is a State of Louisiana Certified Deputy Clerk, and she is currently training for a national certification with the National Election Center. And whereas Marietta was selected by our local area FBI office to receive the FBI Director's Community Leadership Award in 2020, honoring such individuals and organizations for their efforts in combating crime, terrorism, drugs, and violence in America. Now, therefore, on this third day of March 2022, Melissa R. Henry, our Clerk of Court, Mr. Michael Cooper, our Parish President, T.J. Smith Jr., and along with the entire Parish Council, take great honor in recognizing Ms. Marietta Barnes for your outstanding achievements and honors. Congratulations.
If you don't mind, I would like to speak. Thank you so much, Councilman Mr. Smith. I appreciate it. Good evening to Mr. President Cooper, Parish Council members, elected officials that are here today, family and friends. I want to thank you for this great honor and recognition. Elections is very vital to the Clerk of Court and myself and her administration. Thank you to my two longtime family friends who I know were instrumental in this recognition, which is Parish Councilman Mr. T.J. Smith and Mr. Ronald Guth, Esquire. I want to thank St. Tammany Parish Clerk of Court and the Chief of Elections for St. Tammany Parish, Mrs. Melissa R. Henry, who has entrusted me to manage her elections department. I want to thank my co-directors, all the deputy clerks, for their support during each election that we have in St. Tammany. I want to thank the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State warehouse technicians, the Register of Voters, St. Tammany Parish Government, St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, St. Tammany Parish School Board, the Civil Division of the DA's Office. We all work together each and every election during our election cycle. Thank you all. And the election team, I cannot forget our group of election workers that watch the laws and help the Chief of Elections run her elections. My team leader, Don Ducanay, Augusto Herrera, Lacey Hickman, Gina Gullo, and Brandy Parks. And again, not last but not least, the commissioners. Our wonderful commissioners. Some of them are in the audience, Mr. Brinkman. Some I can't call by name, but they are so wonderful for us. They help us every election. Ms. Henry has to have a lot of commissioners to run an election. And that's so vitally important for this community, that we vote and that we support our voting process. So we encourage you to attend one of our general school classes. If you have any interest in knowing about the election process, Ms. Henry is happy to help guide you in that process for our community. Again, thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay. Under appointments, Item 1 is resolution to appoint Michael Thiel to represent the fire districts and Chad Wiley to represent the municipalities located within the parish of St. Tammany on the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Geographic Information System District. Who am I going to on this appointment? Yeah, I can't. So, Mr. Canulet.
No, I mean, I have no objections to
Okay.
the nominees.
So, do we have a motion to
So moved.
appoint? Seconded by Mr. Smith. Please vote. I'm sorry.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. The second item under appointments is a resolution to appoint Michael Rosamond to replace Tony Cloud on the Board of Commissioners for Sub-Drainage District Number 2 of Gravity Drainage District Number 5. Mr. Toledano.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Okay, so now we go to our consent calendar. And these are the items that will be pulled. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by one vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council, 8, is required to adopt the consent calendar. So these are the items to be pulled. Item under ordinances for introduction, item 1. Item 2. And that's all. Mr. Dean, do you have any items to pull?
No, sir.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Lorino?
No, sir.
Mr. Toledano?
No, thank you.
Ms. Tanner?
No, sir.
Mr. Airy?
Nothing additional.
Mr. Davis?
No, sir.
Mr. Canulet?
None.
Mr. Mike Smith?
No, sir.
Ms. O'Brien?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Drum?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. TJ Smith? Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to pull an item? Seeing none. Administration? No. Okay, thank you. So I need a motion to adopt the consent calendar, obviously other than these 2 items pulled. Motion by Mr. Okay. Motion by Mr. Toledano. Excuse me, Mr. Toledano. I apologize. I got 3 people that want to do this. No, I got 3 people, man.
I got you, no problem.
And Mr. Lorino, I'll let you second this one. Ms. Tarrant, I'll come to you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Ordinances for introduction. Item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6903, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of Okay, I will do that right after I read this. Thank you for the reminder. This is number 6903, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission, the Parish Planning Commission, or Parish Administration for rezoning or subdivision, re-subdivision of property which would result in an increase in the allowable density of a residentially zoned parcel greater than A2 to no greater density than 1 unit per acre. Okay. Excuse me one second, Mr. Davis, before I come to you. Since we have people here waiting, Ms. Tanner, on appeals, this is because we have a full house, to let anyone know on appeals number 1 or 2, which is the Garrett Equistapace 2 appeals, those have been withdrawn as of late this afternoon, and therefore Ms. Tanner will be making a motion to remove. So if anyone is here for the 2 Equistapace hearings, you can certainly leave if you'd like or stay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jimmy Davis, item 1 under ordinances for introduction.
Thank you, Chairman Bender. Just a couple of points of information before we get started on this ordinance. This ordinance is coming from the administration, and how that works is the administration has to have a sponsor as one of the council people up on this board. I am sponsoring this ordinance for introduction only, and again, that's introduction. We won't be voting on this tonight. This is again the ordinance for a 6-month moratorium as read by Chairman Bender. Another point I want to say about this, on a personal note first. Reading this ordinance, I am in favor of it. I look at the purpose and the goals of it, but with any moratorium or ordinance that's out there, it's good to have purpose and goals, but you got to add those up together and it has to have results. And so I'm a firm believer in having the results from this administration on this, and I believe they can do that. Next, I do have a slight issue. I'd like to go ahead and amend this ordinance as written, just a slight little withdrawal of a couple of words. And if anybody's got a copy of their ordinance with it, the removal of the words are subdivision and re-subdivision. That's included in the actual submission from the title and the body of the ordinance. I'll tell you why I want to do this. After reviewing, if I had someone with an A2 zoning that had 10 acres, let's say, not 5, which is 5 units, 1 unit per 5 acres, and wanted to leave both of them to their kids, they should be able to re-subdivide that property. It would not change the zoning, has nothing with changing zoning. They should have the right to be able to re-subdivide that property and give it away or sell it, whatever they have to do. It does not change the zoning. So the only request I have is to remove the or subdivision and re-subdivision from the title of the body of the ordinance. And again, it doesn't change the spirit of this ordinance at all, but it just helps provide more of a clarity, because sometimes when these ordinances are written, sometimes it gets a little confusing exactly what they mean. And of course, we'll have President Cooper explain that here in a minute. So I'd like to make a motion to amend this ordinance just to remove the words or subdivision / re-subdivision in the body and head text of this ordinance as written.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. So we have that motion to amend by Mr. Jimmy Davis, seconded by?
I'll make the motion to second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Mr. Lorino, do you want to speak now, or you want to go to the public first?
Go ahead and wait, and
Okay.
we'll let President Cooper, but that's your discretion, Mr.
Sure,
Chairman.
we'll go to President Cooper, and then we'll go to the audience, and we always come back at the end to the council. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
We did vote on the motion to amend, and then we'll go to the comments.
Yeah.
On the amended.
So, yeah, Mr. Canulet, excuse
I
me
just
one
have one
second.
question. Emily, is this amendment fine? You good with this?
Yes, yeah, the
Okay,
amendment's
thank you.
fine. I would just recommend going ahead to take the vote on the amendment, and then we'll hear the comments from the administration and the public as far as introduction of the amended ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, so to the council, we have a motion and a second to amend. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith.
I didn't vote because I had a question about this.
And I'm sorry, my screen doesn't have the names up yet. Yeah,
That's
Mr.
okay.
Smith.
So we're being asked to make a decision on the amendment to the ordinance before we hear any comments that may have some reference or some bearing on our decision to vote on introducing. I would
Legal.
personally rather hear from the other parties before we took a vote.
Yeah.
Because I never know when I might hear something that may sway my decision.
No, I understand. So, Ms. Emily?
I would defer to the discretion of the chairman if he wants to wait to take that vote.
So what I would say is, I think that it would be good to wait, okay? Because then people will have an opportunity to speak on the amendment either way or not speak. And then we will vote after it comes back to the council.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll offer any questions the council has. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay. President Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, members of the public, those that are here representing different organizations, the general public, thank you for being here for this important issue. First, let me say, with the proposed amendment, I have no objection to the proposed amendment. When it was inserted in the proposed ordinance, it was meant to clarify or to reinforce the rezoning part. But I have no objection to that. So thank you for offering that, Mr. Davis. Over the past years, we've witnessed growth and development in St. Tammany Parish, which has and is greatly impacting our roadways, our highways, drainage, and utilities infrastructure. The population of our parish now exceeds 264,570 residents, a 13.2% increase from the 2010 census. It's safe to say that based upon the challenges we're now facing with high amounts of traffic, increasing drainage, and diminishing capacities of water and sewage utilities, residential development particularly continues to outpace infrastructure improvements at this time. On January 3rd of this year, I posted a proposed moratorium on zoning density on our website for consideration by the Parish Council. Tonight you have an opportunity for the introduction of this proposed ordinance. As Parish President, I recognize that continuing land and subdivision development at the current pace without addressing the infrastructure needs will be detrimental to the quality of life to which we are accustomed. With the identification and funding of planning and engineering initiatives currently underway, and with funding of critical infrastructure improvements in place and budgeted, this will help us catch up to the pace of current development. The proposed ordinance suspends high-density residential zoning, rezoning applications in order to protect and preserve the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. The moratorium does not apply to property zoned for commercial uses, does not prohibit the issuance of building permits in any zoning classification, and allows for development of property, all property, under its current zoning classification. To be clear, the proposed moratorium on density is a balance between taking no action at all at this time or suggesting a strict building moratorium that appears in some of our council districts at this time. What this moratorium is it's a moratorium on the receipt of applications for zoning requests that will increase the density to greater than 1 acre. That does not mean that every development in the future must be at least 1 acre lot sizes. It is not a moratorium on building permits. It is not a building moratorium on building permits whatsoever. And is not a moratorium for development of property under the current zoning classifications. We have, as I mentioned, some zoning moratoriums or some moratoriums in some of our parish council districts, including building moratoriums in District 1, District 5, District 4, District 14. The city of Slidell just passed a moratorium on multifamily residential development in the city of Slidell. Actually, it may have been an extension of an existing moratorium. The town of Abita Springs just adopted a moratorium on planned unit developments, or PUDs, in the town of Abita Springs. And on our agendas tonight, you'll see 2 proposed building moratoriums in St. Tammany Parish, one in District 9 and one in District 13, that puts building restrictions or a moratorium on building, among other things, in their respective districts. I understand our local home builders and suppliers may believe that a suspension of rezoning applications for high-density multifamily and single-family developments for a period of time will be detrimental to the industry. However, I believe that by not taking this step until feedback from current studies that are underway are received and infrastructure projects are moving forward, that will be more detrimental to the future growth and development in our parish. Again, I say and stress that taking no action at all or suggesting a strict moratorium, this is a balance between the two. I can add additional information, but I'm going to allow council members to ask questions and for the public to speak, and I'll be available to answer further questions. Before I leave, I might mention, too, that currently underway, and I mentioned studies that are underway, an update to our parish comprehensive plan, New Directions 2040, which includes a future land use plan that can help guide the type of development we want to see in the years to come. Revisions to the Unified Development Code that was begun years ago under the prior administration and under the direction of the Parish Council to address flaws in our current development standards. We initiated the development of a comprehensive parish-wide drainage plan for better coordination of our major drainage projects, and the development of a parish wetlands plan to determine how to best balance the mitigation and protection of our wetlands. I'll ask our council members to consider joining with me in support of this parish-wide zoning density moratorium with the introduction of the ordinance tonight and the adoption of the ordinance in April next month. Thank you. I'll answer questions now, or Mr. Chairman, or allow others to speak.
Does the council wish to speak to ask the parish president questions now, or I'll go to the public first? Okay, we're going to go to the public, and we'll come back for any questions to you, Mr. President.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Okay, give me 1 second, citizens. Okay, so just to make the public and our parish president and council aware, so we have the yellow speaker cards, okay? And our staff has done a very good job putting them all together. That's not an issue. What I want to say is that we're discussing item 1 right now, okay? We have every speaker card is about item number 1. We have 1 speaker card on the second item, which is the moratorium on multifamily, okay? So that we don't, and I understand, number 1 is the first one everybody sees. So that's the cards filled out, okay? If you want to make a comment regarding number 2, let's try to do that at the first speaking, okay? I think that's everybody shaking their head. Yes, this is a wonderful group. I'm telling you. And that way we don't have to come back through all over again, okay? Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, so the first member of the public is Mr. Don Weiss.
Did I make somebody mad at me or something?
What's that?
I said, did I make somebody mad at me? I'm first speaker.
First card she received.
Okay. First, I'd like to say I'm hoping that all of these people that I see here are all builders from St. Tammany Parish, or contractors from St. Tammany Parish, and not from out of state. No one is saying that the local contractors or custom home builders can't build. They just need to build within the zoning. We need to stick with the building practices that don't turn St. Tammany Parish into a big city. We didn't come here to live in a city. We came to live in the country. It's time to slow down, make sure what we are building is not going to end the quality of life in the parish. We've already outgrown roads and drainage in many areas. And we also, right now, we have one of the largest home builders in the United States in here trying to put in super density subdivisions. No place for it in the parish as far as concerned, and hopefully this might stop some of that. Okay, and I'm not quite sure I understand why so many local contractors and home builders were objecting to moratorium, but that's just something I don't quite understand. I do understand why developers who are not from the parish wanting all these zoning changes, because they're going to come here and build stuff and then they're going to move on and they're not going to care what they leave behind. For example, there's a huge builder wants to build down by Honeybee. He sets aside $400 million a year for lawsuits. And that's under the Security and Exchange Commission's information on the internet. I just think that the slowdown would be great, give leaders of the parish a chance to rethink what's good for the parish and what needs to be done before we make changes that just make things worse. It would also be a good idea to include input from residents into these kind of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Appreciate it. Okay, next we have Mr. Domingo. I'm going to botch this one, Mr. Domingo.
All right.
El Gasabo.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I moved to St. Tammany Parish in 1985. I had a chance to move to Metairie, but decided that I had to raise my family in a better location than Metairie was at the time. Since then, 2 weeks after we moved in, Hurricane Juan came through, and for those of you who were around here when Hurricane Juan was, it put 4 feet of water in my house. We still had the most of the possessions in boxes. We lost basically everything. Study afterward found that part of the problem was that subdivisions that had been built in Lacombe had not been properly taken care of drainage and blocked a lot of the drainage. We need to do a better job of drainage and other issues in the parish. And taking back, it's a back seat to see what's going on before we move forward is what we need to do. I'm an engineer. I've spent all my life working construction. So I know what the problems are, and I really encourage the council to consider just sitting back, let things go through, think about it, and like the gentleman before me said, we're not stopping construction. You can build as many houses as you want in the existing zoning. It's just don't put any more high-density places without considering all the consequences. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next we have Mr. David Alguazabal. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, next we have Mr. David Jones.
Good evening, distinguished council.
Good evening, sir.
Chairman, Mr. President. My name is David Jones. I'm a member of the board of the CCST, Concerned Citizens of St. Tammany Parish. I'm here representing Mr. Rick Franzo, who could not be here tonight. We put together a letter concerning this ordinance in support of passing, and I would like to read this letter. I do have copies that I would like to submit to you for each one of the council members. So, Rick said he wants to apologize for not being able to attend tonight. He had a last-minute situation at work that needed his attention. He would like to thank Chairman Jerry Bender and all the parish council for allowing this short letter to be read on behalf of the concerned citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Yesterday, Rick attended a meeting at Coop Drive on the proposed moratorium that consisted of a respectful dialogue between those opposing the moratorium and those supporting the moratorium. What he learned is that most, if not all, of the people attending the meeting want what is best for St. Tammany Parish. But how do we get there? How do we get there? Over the last 10 years, we've seen a dramatic increase in traffic. I know the parish president has mentioned that. Flooding. There's areas that are flooding now that didn't flood in the past. Sewage. You have to have the capability to handle the sewage from these high-density areas. And water. Water. I mean, it does you no good to build all these high-density and you can't provide sewage and just the basic infrastructure. Basic infrastructure. It's not a fault of this administration. It's not a fault, but instead a reflection of years of putting development ahead of infrastructure. Although we want good development, we as a parish have not always acted in the best interest of the people that live here. CCST's massive reach within the parish is second to none. Make no mistake. Which has enabled us to have a real handle on the pulse of the citizenry. The top 5 issues that concern people today, and you're probably going to hear this over and over and over and over again, is flooding. We continue to have issues not only with hurricanes, but just summertime cloudburst, where areas are flooding that never flooded in the past. Traffic. Can't say a lot about that. We all know, we all experience that each and every day as we go to and from work in our daily lives and to and from school. I mentioned water and sewage. Is my time up?
Yeah, may I call you David?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so David, yeah, we're limited to 3 minutes.
No problem,
on these.
no problem.
But now listen, we all have the letter, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate you coming to speak. We understand that Mr. Franzo could not be here. He had mentioned it to me from a meeting from yesterday.
Okay.
And we will put this letter in the record.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir. The only thing, if you
You can go ahead and take a little bit more time.
yeah, the areas were the flooding, the traffic, the water, sewage, crime, overdevelopment, and there was one, Mr. Bender, that I added.
Okay.
And that was education.
Okay.
You know, and I'd like for everyone to add that to their letter, is we have to have the capability to educate the people that are coming into our parish, you know. And that was one that, you know, I added, and I'd like, please, for you to add that to your, because that is a very important.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your attendance and your comments.
You're quite welcome. It's been an honor.
Thank you, sir.
Can I give him my 3 minutes?
What?
Can I waive my 3 minutes and give him my 3 minutes?
Oh, no, ma'am. Not trying, we heard through what.
I was just about finished. But
Okay.
everybody gets 3 minutes.
Look, here's the thing. Let's go on this thing. We heard what you had to say, David, and we are putting the letter in the record.
Perfect.
Okay? And so therefore, you said a lot, and you know what? You made good points. And we listened and we heard. I just have to keep this moving because we have a lot of people outside.
I completely understand. I should have been monitoring the clock, and I wasn't looking up, I was looking down.
Look, it's fine, okay? But thank you very much.
No, I appreciate the lady back
Sure.
there willing to sacrifice her 3 minutes for me.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Next is Mr. Don Henderson.
Evening, council members. Thank you.
Hey, Don.
During my 13 years of duty to the council office, I've seen a lot of requests come in through the years, and increasingly those requests have been drainage and traffic. I look among the council members and I see individuals making moratoriums in your own districts for valid reasons. But drainage and traffic is a whole parish issue. Former Chairman Michael Lorino recognized that back in 2019 and established a drainage mitigation work group that was made up of council members, engineers, builders, developers, and citizens. As a result of that mitigation work group, a couple things came out. One was an issue to address flooding as well as drainage, saying that no developer shall use one pond to mitigate both drainage and flooding. More importantly, later on, what came out was dealing with PUDs. And as per a quote from Mr. Lorena was, here is the low-hanging fruit. PUD is high-density development. So what we did, or what you all did, was require then anyone requiring a change for a PUD to go before zoning and have traffic and drainage considered at the zoning level, which is something that had never been done by this parish before, even though there are revised statutes out there that allow it. What better place to address density than at the zoning level? At the zoning level, if you require, my suggestion is going to be accept the moratorium. The first thing the council should do, or maybe even the president, is put forth an ordinance requiring that any request for a zoning change greater than A2 go before the zoning commission and have it required that both drainage and traffic be considered at that level. Because if the density there is not appropriate due to drainage problems or traffic problems, why give them the density? In the past, we've given the density and we go to planning and we allow the engineers to correct the problem. On paper, it works. In reality, it doesn't work. My solution, just a suggestion for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Appreciate it. Mr. Lorino, would you like to comment?
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. Ms. June Burrell? Oh, that's the kind lady. Do you want to speak? We might give you a little extra time. I don't know. You were being nice.
Because everything else has pretty much been Thank you. I'm June Burrell. I've been a resident of St. Tammany Parish since 1976, and I know I've seen a lot of changes, but the tremendous thing, of course, are the highways, the traffic, and a major issue, believe me, it's flooding, but also the schools. They cannot take in a huge amount of schools for these closed-in areas such as Slidell. They need more schooling, and they have some that still have temporary classrooms for the children. And we need better than that in St. Tammany Parish. So we've been here 40-plus years, and many others that we've invested our lives and our future here. We raised our children here. St. Tammany boasts of the quality and education and recreation, life, everything was better here. Let's not compromise now. Let's focus on quality and not quantity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. Mr. John Martin.
Thank you, sir, and all council members. Thank y'all. I don't want to be repeating stuff because a lot of this stuff is repetitive, but emergency vehicles. The traffic is so bad. Emergency vehicles like the fire department, I think they have 2 minutes to be on that truck and moving, and they have something like 7 minutes to get to wherever the problem is. And 1077 is a failed road, and there's ditches on it, so cars can't go one way or the other. They're sort of stuck on it, and emergency vehicles have to get up and down those roads, and that's just our area, and I'm sure there are other areas that have that same problem. So we need to take a deep breath and allow some of the infrastructure to catch up and some of our facilities to catch up so that we can have safe families in this parish, okay? A lot of the other stuff would be repetitive, so I don't want to go into it. Our particular area, flooding is critical, and I hope that we do the moratorium to give time for the 2040 to go through, to be analyzed, and then be voted into parish ordinances. I worked on 2025. And we had a lot of good suggestions. They never were turned into an ordinance. We need that. We need to listen to the people and get it put in. Okay, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Lee Domingue.
Good evening, I'm Lee Domingue. I live at 34057 Bayou Liberty Road, and I want to lend my support and that of my organization, the Bayou Liberty Association, to this moratorium as amended. I give accolades to not just the president, but also to Mr. Davis and the rest of the council for considering this type of maneuver, which I think is timely. It's time that we finally did something like this. I concur with virtually every other speaker before me, so I'm not going to be repetitive. I do say that as a parish, it's about this time that we recognize development, and particularly very dense development, has far, far outpaced the infrastructure of our area. And we need to put a pause on that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Domingue. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Joycelyn Lowe.
Good evening. My name is Joycelyn Lowe. I live at 150 Glendale Heights, Mandeville, Louisiana. I've been a property owner since 1974. And I've lived here since 1985. Our present reality is the daily nightmares of inadequate infrastructure for our traffic, drainage, water, sewage, and treatment. How did we get here? Excessive development approvals of high impact, high-density subdivisions allowed to be built after the clear cutting of the land. The recent heard excuse, well, your neighbors complained about the approval of your subdivision before you moved here, is both insulting and inappropriate council response when considering the approval of even more development when we are clearly overrun now. How do we fix it? Impose a moratorium so that President Cooper's, I believe it's 4, maybe, or in excess of that, $500,000 worth of taxpayer-funded studies can be completed and can assist us in creating new development ordinances that will allow us to adopt and implement lower impact development practices. A minimum of 6 months will give enough time to be substantially completed. Then we can discuss immediate practices that can help us determine what we need to do next. Stop the PUD overlays, which have increased density abuses that further burden our infrastructure. Stop using the wetland density multiplier, where unusable land for building is able to reconfigured so that twice as many homes get crammed onto half the land area. If you own unbuildable land, you own unbuildable land. Review how other cities and towns across the nation who have solved similar problems. We aren't unique to this problem, so let's not recreate the wheel, but let's learn from the successes elsewhere. Many others actually build infrastructure first. I have watched as so much time has been spent on finding creative ways to cram more homes into this parish. This moratorium will allow more time to fix our current problems. It took 40 years to reach this state, and it will undoubtedly take another few years to correct. Enacting a 6-month to 2-year moratorium to allow us to figure out the best course of action for our future is worth the pause. The developers will survive. The real estate agents will survive, the home builders will survive, because they have a backlog of, 3,000 to 6,000 units already permitted. The attorneys will survive as well. And this moratorium only restricts upzoning to a density of less than 1 acre. It does not restrict commercial or industrial. Time for a reality check. Time to stop this nightmare. Time for a 6-month moratorium now. I support the suggestion to give the voters an opportunity to vote on an additional 2-year moratorium. Think about it as 2.5 years to fix 40 years of unbridled growth. Do the right thing. Protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people who live in this parish. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Andrew Benson.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Andrew Benson, Dr. Andrew Benson. I've lived here for 40 years, number 6 Log Cabin Lane, Pearl River, Louisiana. We have an informal organization that developed in December at the behest of my wife. And since that time, and at her provocation, I have spoken to really several hundred people, all of them people from East St. Tammany. They're all in the Pearl River drainage watershed. I have not met anyone from the general public out of all these people, and some of you know me, and you can attest to the veracity of what I say and my reputation. I have not met a person of the general public who wants things to continue as they are. Now, as a doctor, you know, the human body has arteries. There's networks of veins, arteries, nerves. All these networks have to function, and they have to function in government and business also. And when the arteries begin to become occluded, like traffic, drainage, some of them are intellectual arteries, like our laws. If they don't work and they jumble up together, things don't function well. And sometimes you have to go back and look at these things, just like a doctor does. Lawyers are like doctors. They work things through, and so are parish councils and parish presidents. That's what we do. And you have to fix this stuff, and you have to get things circulating again. And until that works, you have a dying body, and you'll have a dying parish. Doesn't matter how much the parish grows, just like the body. You can take a 200-pound man who's in good shape and ruin his arteries and his veins and his nerves and make him 400 pounds, but he's not a bigger, stronger, richer man. He's just a big guy. That's it, waiting to die. So I've spent enough time, and I concur with the parish president and with Mr. Davis, and really with Mr. Smith for his ordinance, which I'm not seeing tonight, so maybe it's for next time. I appreciate all of you who are giving this due consideration. I love you. We depend on you. We're the people. No one's looking out for us. The representatives of the developers represent the developers. They're excellent. I wish I was as good. But that's what they do. You protect us. So protect us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Okay, Ms. Laurie Benson.
She got stuck outside.
Oh, ask her to, I'll tell you what, ask her to come in.
Actually, she really did not wish to speak.
She did not?
She wanted me to speak. And you can advance the next person on the day.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Tell your wife thank you. Jake, stay at your seat. Can you take that over? I'm going to go run to the restroom.
Sure.
All right, the next person is Carol Fowler. Come on down. Fowler, F-O-W-L-E-R. Fowler. She's coming.
Staff, yeah.
Hi,
Hi, Ms. Fowler. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Carol Fowler. I live on Cypress Street in Lacombe. I've lived in this parish 18 years. Absolutely love it. There is no way that I can top any of the previous comments, so I'm just going to say that I concur with them all. They all made excellent, excellent points, and it is my prayer that you will consider and approve the moratorium that their president has proposed to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So these are all the ones that are against? Yeah. Okay. All right. Amy, and I would butcher your last name, Yazrazal. Ibazal. I know it. I hear it all the time, and yet I'm still messed up.
That's okay. Nobody can say it.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm Amy Eberzabel. I'm the North Shore Home Builders Association Executive Officer, and I want to thank President Cooper and all the council people that were willing to come and talk with us after the moratorium was announced. We appreciate the chance to state our position. The Home Builders Association has been a responsible community partner for over 50 years. Since the creation of building codes in 1972, we have been part of the solution. In a 1974 Tammany Farmer article titled "Home Builders to Promote Parish-Wide Building Codes," then Mandeville Mayor Cordes commented, "I believe this group can be a tremendous organization for the good of St. Tammany Parish." The HBA was at the table for the creation of the New Directions 2025, the strategic plan with economic development under President Kevin Davis. We were and still are the fourth largest employer when President Brister declared the St. Tammany Parish was open for business, poised for growth, and embracing opportunity. Home builders did not recklessly build without regard to drainage. As community partners, they paid impact fees even before they were required to do so. Builders and developers worked with parish leaders in 2005, when St. Tammany was the first parish in Louisiana to begin collecting the mandatory impact fees. And its point was to offset the effects of rapid growth. HBA members met with the parish administration before the development fee ordinance was introduced in 2018. There was a desire to work with our members and to solve problems together. This proposed ordinance defines the cause of the traffic and drainage problem as residential developments within the parish rapidly expanding. But there was no mention of the $69 million collected on impact fees. The ordinance places blame on one industry, residential home building, nothing for commercial building. We are no longer at the table. It's no surprise that the public response is make the developers pay for this mess. Well, they have. So have the builders, and so have all the home buyers. We paid in advance for proper planning to offset the effects of rapid growth. This moratorium will hurt our industry, the subcontractors, the suppliers, the bankers, the plumbers, the electricians. And I need to remind you that we are your citizens and your constituents too. We are also the regular people that live here. Lots are too scarce, supply costs are too high, and homes are already too expensive to require one home per acre. History proves that we can be part of the solution without shutting us down. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mr. Jules Guidry.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm here tonight to speak against the introduction of this ordinance because of many reasons, but more specifically because of its impact on the St. Tammany Parish residential construction industry. Allow me to share some little-known facts about the residential construction industry in St. Tammany Parish. Number one, local residential builders build on average of 5 to 6 homes per year each. This should dispel the myth that we are all big builders and confirm that the impact is on your local small volume builder. Number two, 60 different local companies are employed to build one new home. Before we even pour a foundation for one new home, we have employed over 10 local companies. For example, site work companies, engineers, lumber material suppliers, farm setting carpenters, plumbers, electricians, excavation contractors, pest control companies for termite certificates, foundation reinforcement companies, concrete material suppliers, and lastly, concrete finishers. And we just got a foundation in the ground. Number three, 4,580 jobs are contributed to the St. Tammany Parish economy from residential construction annually. Those are your local building plan designers, mechanical contractors, landscapers, and material suppliers, such as electric suppliers, plumbing suppliers, and flooring suppliers, to name a few. Many who are here tonight representing their companies and their employees. Number four, $17.1 million in direct sales tax into St. Tammany Parish from residential construction annually, which includes $7.5 million for schools, $7.8 million for municipalities and public works, and $0.9 million for law enforcement. Number five, $230 million in direct compensation for from residential construction annually. Those are the paychecks that are subsequently spent in the local economy, which generate my final number. $770 million in total economic impact annually into the St. Tammany Parish economy from residential construction. These are not my numbers, but the numbers of the Southeastern Louisiana State University Business Center led by Herb Holloway and William Jobert. I respectfully ask you to consider voting against the introduction of this ordinance, and please remember, homes are where the jobs go to at night. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Ms. Carrie Sanders.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am here to speak on behalf of the Home Builders Association, North Shore Home Builders Association as well, and about giving back to the parish. The North Shore Home Builders Association stands as one of the largest contributors to local nonprofits through the raising of the Roof for Charity Foundation Home. Each year, HBA members commit their time, talent, and energy to design and build a home of exceptional quality to benefit deserving local charities. This beautiful home is then raffled off to one lucky winner. Thanks to the support of the public and the HBA members since 1994, we have been able to donate over $5 million to local charities. Just a few examples. Over $200,000 to Tammany Trace, $147,000 to Good Samaritan Ministries, and $311,000 to the Children's Advocacy Center at Hope House. There are also many smaller donations, like the $10,000 donation to the North Shore Food Bank just days after the COVID lockdown. These local nonprofits desperately need funding, and the HBA has made giving back a priority from the very beginning. We stand by our tagline, "We build better, better homes, better communities." The North Shore HBA does much more than build homes. We invest in programs to create better communities. We are not to blame for traffic problems, drainage problems. We have not ruined the quality of life in St. Tammany. In fact, we have made it our mission to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Mr. Sean Burks.
How you doing?
Good evening.
Thank you so much, Parish President, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the HBA and NBC. First of all, some of the things that builders run through, some of the issues that we have tend to be the cost that get driven. And every time a decision by this group is made, or by decision of the federal government, or whatever, costs get risen. And so what happens, but the builders have always been a partner the whole way through. Impact fees, Amy had mentioned that earlier. Going by the building permits for commercial and for that, you're looking at about $128 million. So when you look at all of the impact fees that have been supported by the home builders, you're looking at, not just for single family residential, over $128 million. So when you couple that with 80-20 matches with federal government, you're talking about a lot of money to do good. I haven't seen that much work happen, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But what I can tell you is that the builders have paid. Also, what I can tell you too is a lot of the rules and regulations that we do are some of the most strict in the country. The 25% reduction in runoff, that is unheard of in most other states. Most of that is no net increase. And what that means, if you have 10 cubic feet per second of runoff that's coming off a piece of property before it's developed, the requirement now is to make it 7.5 cubic feet per second. So you make things actually better from what they were before. The other thing is that has been added on, has been from the stormwater, has been water quality. So those are additional regulations that we need to require, but it adds to more cost. I heard a wonderful Miss Wagner, I guess at the meeting that we had yesterday, she had made a comment that an acre-sized lot you should be able to build something very inexpensive on. The real costs are about $150,000 if you're going to do sewer and water and build on an acre-sized lot and do a development. That's just for the lot cost. You multiply that by a building rate, you're looking at a $750,000 house. That is not doable. There aren't many people that can afford a $750,000 house, or you're going to have to give up on central sewage and central water. So I think the other issue is if you start going through drainage and traffic, if that's really the issue, the single-family homes are not the culprit of the largest contributor of those functions. So solely focusing on single-family homes is not the solution. The solution is bringing everybody to the table, and let's figure out how to get this done. Do we have an execution problem? Do we have a funding problem? What are our issues? This format and a moratorium, just cutting people off, it's not the way to build trust that we're so lacking right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Miss Mary Kelly.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about housing affordability. Housing affordability, it's a key quality of life indicator, and it's certain to become a significant challenge over the next coming years in terms of recruiting and retaining your workforce. The average home currently on the market is over $500,000, $553,000, which is not realistically attainable for the average household in St. Tammany Parish, including those who work for the largest four industries: hospitality, healthcare, retail, and construction. So if our parish is not allowed to adjust housing supply to meet existing and projected demand, we're going to lose businesses, prime age workers, family to neighboring parishes and states. Basically, you're allowing our talent to leave. We have a severe housing affordability problem. And because a moratorium does nothing to limit housing demand, it's only going to exacerbate the problem. And while I'm up here, since I've got some time, my question, I just have some questions and some comments. We had a gentleman say that we had 13 years of requests. 13 years of requests. What's been done with all the money, with all the impact fees? I just think doing this moratorium and trying to prevent growth, and we all love St. Tammany Parish. We do, and we all want the same things. We all hate the traffic, and we all suffer with the drainage issues. But this moratorium is not the answer. It's not gonna, doing a moratorium is not gonna give you a solution to these problems. We're looking in the wrong direction. I think that putting a moratorium and trying to prevent growth is as laughable as trying to propose a procreation moratorium. You cannot prevent growth. You can't. But if you don't consider the fact that they didn't include commercial in this, then you're not going to have a Metairie, you're going to have an Elmwood. That's what you're going to have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Miss Cynthia Thompson. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Miss Thompson, I apologize. That's okay, I'll stand. You come on up first, come on. I grabbed two cards at one time. You're the first one.
Well, I'll take it.
Good evening. Thank you, Parish Council and Mr. President. My name is Cynthia Thompson. I am a resident of St. Tammany, and I stand here tonight before you on behalf of the Board of Directors of the St. Tammany Chamber of Commerce, the North Shore Business Council, and the Home Builders Association. The St. Tammany Chamber of Commerce represents over 1,100 businesses. The North Shore Business Council represents some of our largest employers, and you've already had several members of the Home Builders Association. So we have submitted a letter that on part of the potential adoption The moratorium 6903 and 6904, authored by President Mike Cooper, dated March 3rd, 2022. After much thought and discussions with our stakeholders within the business community which we partner, we would like to make our position clear. We respectfully request in consideration of these thoughts and ideas by the administration and by the council, as well as others who are presently here to support the moratorium proposal. The St. Tammany Parish Chamber of Commerce, NBC, and HBA does not support the proposed moratoriums for the following reasons. These moratoriums place undue burden on an important sector of our economy, including the home building industry, developers, and residents seeking to purchase reasonably affordable homes in our community. The building industry has incurred substantial challenges from COVID and other factors associated with the world and U.S. economy that include abnormal rising building cost, land development cost, labor cost, and potential of substantial interest rate risk now upon us. We do not support legislation that has a strong probability of being extended beyond its stated term with unrealistic goals of obtaining certain progress in only 6 months. As President Cooper mentioned, we have several moratoriums on the book that have now been extended for years. We do support and are currently actively working on the following: continued improvements and modification to our development codes and ordinances to allow for fair, thoughtful, and proper growth planning with supporting infrastructure before developments are approved for construction. We do support ongoing efforts for better communication between the business community, political leadership, and concerned citizen groups and neighborhood associations who all play a vital role in the functionality of a vibrant, well-planned community. Yesterday's meeting was a perfect example, and we'd like to continue that. We do support the administration and council's urgency on completing future planning studies, regional transportation plans, drainage plans, and other infrastructure planning, and help guide our parish and preserve quality of life in St. Tammany. These plans are crucial for any fundraising efforts for infrastructure, as well as any overall attempt to rezone the parish at a global level. We do support continued discussions regarding improvements to the development process, which includes public hearings at the Board of Adjustments, Planning Commission, and Parish Council levels, including review and possible notifications of the application process. This is so that our community and our public hearing meetings can better focus on the real critical aspects of zoning and subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Do y'all have a copy of this letter, or do we still need to submit it to you? Okay.
Mr. David Melton.
Thank you. President Cooper, councilmen and women, fellow petitioners, and all St. Tammany Parish residents. I'm David Melton, General Manager of Abita Lumber Company, a resident of St. Tammany Parish. I would typically refrain from speaking in such a forum. However, a proposed parish-wide moratorium compels me to not remain silent and speak up, not just for my interest or my company's interest, but for the interest of all of St. Tammany Parish. Regardless of your position on this proposed moratorium, every St. Tammany Parish resident will be impacted by the decision made by our council. Soon, you will all be voting for or against a moratorium that will limit the number of homes allowed under these new developments in this moratorium. A vote for the moratorium will slow construction, causing a loss of income in some cases, or maybe worse, loss of jobs. It will cause a loss of sales tax revenue, and it will limit future property taxes. It will decrease funding to our planning and zoning and permit departments. These are funds greatly needed to accomplish the stated goals of a proposed moratorium. A vote for the moratorium will continue support of our neighboring parishes by steering families, businesses, and jobs in their direction. A vote against this moratorium will allow the processes, procedures, and laws already in place to operate and govern the way they're supposed to. It will protect the citizens of St. Tammany Parish's right to eminent domain, putting the onus on our planning and zoning and permitting department to vet new developments, make recommendations or accommodations to ensure that growth is managed properly. A vote against the moratorium will show support for St. Tammany Parish families, residents, businesses, and jobs. After speaking with many people that are here tonight, people that are not here, and giving it much thought, I can stand here and suggest that a parish-wide moratorium is not our answer to the drainage issues, traffic issues, or any other issue being levied to push the moratorium or promote it. While it may often seem monumental, complex, or impossible, the answer to these issues is due diligence throughout the entire process. We've heard a lot about those processes tonight. I understand that we cannot continue to throw caution to the wind and compound these issues, but we need to realize that what works for the Highway 1085 corridor in Madisonville may not work in Slidell, may not work in Folsom or on Lee Road, and that the density issues in Mandeville and Covington aren't the same everywhere, such as in Bush, Waldheim, or Lacombe. In closing, I respectfully urge you, council men and women, to realize that one shoe doesn't fit all. I urge you to consider everything that you hear tonight and vote not for an agenda, not for a person, and not for a vote, but for what's right, just, and fair for the future of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me 1 second. Mr. John Ammerman. Thank you.
Good evening. John Ammerman, 209 Governor's Court, Mandeville. I'm a local banker. I am also a member of the North Shore Business Council. I'm pro-business. I'm conservative. I want to say thank you to the council for what you do. You hear both sides of the story. You get no thanks quite often, but thank you. And I'm trying to bias you on that, but I'm sorry. Economics. I want to talk about economics. Our economy is fragile. We're coming out of 2 years of COVID restrictions on masking, public gatherings. The government stimulus is ending. That incentivized people to stay home. We've had business closures. We've got material and supply chain issues, labor shortages. Wow. Economic issues. All right, what's coming? Recession? I'm not advocating that or saying that. But there are two economic reasons that construction is going to slow down already, no matter what your council, what action you take on this issue. Two reasons. Inflation is pricing buyers out of the market on housing. Inflation's here to stay. It's not going away anytime soon. If we go to a recession, it's here. We haven't seen the end of it. Number two, next Wednesday, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates to its member banks. 25 basis points to 50 basis points. I think they're going to go 50. The member banks, in turn, pass that on to the consumers by raising borrowing costs to businesses and consumers. Mortgage rates will follow. Those are two reasons construction is going to slow down already, no matter what happens with the moratorium. It's a natural process. The Association of General Contractors of America said that Louisiana lost 16.1% of its jobs in the industry between February 20 and September of 21. That's the highest percentage in America. Again, our economy is fragile. I think David brought it up that this moratorium means sales taxes, revenues that the parish desperately needs. In lieu of the fact that we can't pay the mandated expenses to the DA, sheriff, and the jails. We need sales tax revenue. Another economic restriction like this moratorium can be the tipping point on the workers in this industry. Our citizens, our neighbors. My bank's rather large portfolio of residential mortgage loans will begin showing some past dues, unfortunately. Unintended consequences. Please deny the parish-wide moratorium.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Russell Wall.
Thank you, Parish President Cooper and the council. I just want to make a few points of that, and I'm trying not to repeat ourselves, but I'm in the building material industry, resided in this parish for a long time, and I own property in this parish now. And I will tell you, I've traveled the state throughout my job and my profession, and I will tell you guys that this has been tried at other parishes, and it hadn't been very successful. Hadn't been successful in Lafayette, has not been successful in Baton Rouge. It has not been successful in other areas that have tried this. I also will say, I know we got a point contention where we have a lot of state highways that are in here, and I implore y'all, please, let's open it up with our state politicians as well, because let's face it, Highway 22, Highway 190, the interstate, we know all these, we're restricting water, which we know some of the levee barriers that are happening here. There are state highways, and we got Parish going, well, it's a state highway, we can't do anything. We have the state going, we got to go through DOT. There's got to be something that's got to be communicated and got to be done to get this thing going. The builders and the building industry, we all want the same things, guys. We all want a good quality of life. None of these people in here want flooding. None of us want a bad quality of life. So I just want to say, before y'all consider this, look at what's been done. Please look at, and get our state representatives involved with this, because DOTD and everything else, it's bigger than just us. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John Barry. He's outside? Okay. Let me see if I'm going to call Conley Hayward, but at the same time, can we try to get the... Oh, Mr. Barry's coming. Mr. Barry, they said, is coming. He does not wish to speak, Mr. Connolly? Okay, thank you.
Hello, John Barry, 69160 Highway 59, Mandeville. I want to say thank you for letting us speak. I moved here 21 years ago to raise a family. I was at this podium in 2005 with past President Davis, and HBA did vote for these impact fees. So what I'm saying is I think it's the accountability perception that is not being heard. Home builders stood next to this parish and tried to better this parish as every ordinance was recognized by you and decided, and we abided by those rules. We kept changing the way we built, we kept adding codes and building a better home for the people in this parish. I just want to say, I think the perception of accountability is pushed on the builders incorrectly. We should look at where these funds were allocated and how it could better our parish. Drainage was always accounted for in every development we made. Every person who bought a home here since 2005 had paid an impact fee. It was pushed on to the buyers of the building, of the home. We're not even talking about commercial. Commercial pays much more of an impact fee also. Don't think commercial gets away with nothing. Commercial does pay a very large impact fee. And we went through planning and zoning, and all these things were considered by every council that was before you. And some of you are still here from 2005. So I just want to recognize that and make sure that it's understood. Accountability shouldn't be just on the home builders. It should really be looked at on what we did to better this parish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Jenny Goodson. Ms. Goodson. Mr. Mike Juno?
Look, I don't have a script or anything like that. Thank you for having me. I just wrote some notes and stuff down. So you got 5, 10, 50, you have 20 people or so speak about the moratorium and all that stuff, and whether against and not against or pro or whatever for development. Of the 20, you've had 7 that reference drainage, 8 that reference roads, 5 that reference density, and 1 that reference schools. So if you look at it from a parish-wide standpoint, just like he was saying a second ago, I'm not going to blame any of y'all because I don't know how long y'all have been here and whatnot, but you got drainage, roads, and density. So drainage and roads should not fall onto the developers. You could pay an impact fee to help address that from a parish level. But the developers are not responsible for the drainage and the roads. They design it based on the ordinances that are placed. So from the parish perspective, you need to really consider that, and it's not my parish. I'm not the parish president, you are, and y'all are the council members and stuff, but you should really consider those things. Like maybe just charge more of an impact fee. I mean, why not? They want to build. We're going to build. Everybody's going to build because this is the I-12 corridor from Livingston to here is the place. You can't build anymore in Ascension. So why put a moratorium? Take the business in, charge a little bit more. I'm sure these developers will pay for it, but you can't kill the deal. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Is Miss Jenny Goodson here now? No. Okay. All right. So back to the council. Excuse me 1 second. Did anyone else put a card in that I haven't called their name to speak? Okay. Great. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, come on up, please. So you placed the card, sir, and we just didn't get it or call on you? Yep. Wonderful. Just state your name, please.
Name is Ronald Martin, 61089 North Tranquility in Uranium Park. I've heard a lot from the home builders here. I don't think anybody in the parish has a problem with local contractors building homes in St. Tammany Parish, buying local materials, using local subcontractors. I don't think that's really the big issue. I'm not going to blame anything on COVID for the last 2 years. Inflation rates, to the gentleman from the bank, y'all didn't do that. We didn't do that. Washington did that one. So if anybody's going to get blamed for it, blame it on them. I agree with the moratorium, Mr. Cooper. I fully agree with it. If it keeps big contractors from out of state coming in here wanting to build 4 houses per acre, okay, that's where we run into a problem. And especially, and they're never going to talk about this. They'll talk later and they give all the good points. D.R. Horton, okay, for everybody's information, there is a class action lawsuit going on right now in Baldwin County, Alabama, from 88 people who bought their houses. Shoddy construction, don't meet standards, poor foundations, just substandard materials. And that's going to be coming up later on. Like I said, they talk a good talk, and that's fine. But I think everybody in the parish doesn't have a problem with local construction, local subcontractors buying local materials, like the gentleman from Abita Lumber Company. D.R. Horton's going to come in here with their own contractors, big box companies. They're going to build, they're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. So, I'm sorry. What's that, Ms. O'Brien?
Okay. Was the public finished? I have a comment from Senator McMath that I'd like to read.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Senator Patrick McMath sent me a text, and he wanted me to read this to everybody. Just a reminder that for the first time in St. Tammany Parish history, the chairman of the House and Senate Transportation Committees are from St. Tammany, and we're committed to solving and funding our traffic issues. So that's Senator McMath and State Representative Mark Wright. He said, we've worked hard to put ourselves in these influential positions to finally begin bringing dollars and the projects to our parish. So I wanted that to be a matter of public record also.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Okay, so come back to the council. Mr. Lorino.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I get started, or before I at least make an opening statement, and then, Mr. Chairman, I have some questions for President Cooper. I don't know if you want me to do them both or just do the statement first. But before I do that, I'd just like to say thank you to the audience. I realize that this is a very, very flammable issue, rightly so. But I am so happy and really, really proud of the people in St. Tammany Parish, because you have conducted yourself unbelievably informative, but more importantly, polite and respectful. And I just want to personally say, and I think the council feels the same way, Mr. Chairman, that thank you. This is a hard enough issue on you, and it's a very hard issue on us. But by the way you respected each other, if there's any difference of opinion on the council, we have something to go by if we disagree on something. So I want to personally say thank you, and I'll do whatever way you want to do, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Ms. Lorino, would your preference to continue?
Yes, sir. If you'd like me,
No,
if you'd like me to just read my statement, and then we can go to the other ones, and then I'll
come back to you for questions?
Yes, sir.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I agree that this issue needs to be addressed. However, simply placing a 6-month ban on new construction will not create any solution, in my opinion. Since the primary concern and effects of development, specifically traffic, congestion, and property drainage, I think we should focus our efforts on development that creates high population density. I agree with Councilman Davis. We should amend the ordinance to a moratorium on PUDs, and I believe he mentioned to me TNDs, but I won't speak for Jimmy. I would also ask Chairman Bender to create a committee to evaluate the best way to move forward with those developments prior to lifting the moratorium. I have personally been out of the council office for most of last month, but I do know that other council members would have been more than willing to discuss this proposed ordinance with the administration prior to it being filed, and they be given the opportunity, and the appropriate ordinance could have been presented without the need to go through this amended process. Mr. Chairman, I'll save my questions. President Cooper later.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. Mr. Toledano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bender. And Without knowing exactly what Mr. Lorino said, coincidentally, a couple of my comments will parallel his, but I'm going to start off by first saying this is exactly what we should be doing in this parish. And I said it many months ago in my prior term. This is civil debate, and I think it's good. And I want to remind everybody in the audience, lest we forget, tonight we're not voting on the moratorium. The question before this body government is not the moratorium tonight. It's simply whether it is to be introduced tonight, to be heard and voted on in April. So for all of the great people that came here tonight on both sides of that debate, I do also thank you for being here and implore you to come back next month, because that's where the proverbial, rubber hits the road in terms of when we vote. And I parallel that to the situation with regard to when we voted before about whether to put taxes on the ballot. And if you recall, or some of us will recall, that people thought we were the worst people in the world because we voted to put that on the ballot. What we voted for is to give you and me and all of us a choice in terms of debate. So that's where we're going tonight. So please understand that whoever speaks in either respect here is not even telling you necessarily how he and she will vote, but rather we're talking about whether it should be introduced. And the answer to that is I will certainly intend to vote for it to be introduced, because I believe there should be further debate and that you should be able to provide input to us, and we should be able to have civil debate amongst ourselves. Now, that being said, I want to just make an observation, and in somewhat respect, it's a sad one. But I watch these people in this community, not only here tonight, but out on the proverbial street. And it looks like we're pitting, or at the end of the day, the good citizens, the residents of the community, are pitted against the homeowners. And in some cases, they're pitted against us because we're perceived as a body government that promotes development. And that's just simply wrong. These people, and I don't know what side you're sitting on, so I'm making a general reference. No matter what side they sit on, they live in this community, their kids go to school in this community, they buy their goods and services in this community. So my humble and respectful suggestion is that before we, and it's not for tonight's debate, but I'm going to say it, before we somewhat shut down an industry, which in my view, from an economic impact study standpoint, it would, maybe a different approach ought to be taken. Maybe the approach of saying, let's get this group and this group, let's get them to work together with this group and the administration and formulate an overall plan that serves the body of government and serves us for the good. Because at the end of the day, nobody is going to like some of the true economic impact that takes place in this case. And for instance, and I'm going to ask this to President Cooper, whether there has really been any kind of overall economic impact analysis, a real analysis to see what the impact is. Because don't think for a moment it's going to only hurt the builder, it's going to hurt all of us. So what I'm suggesting is that before we jump into the moratorium, we maybe consider putting together the brains that exist in this community, and let's see if there is some, quote, compromise position. I will tell you this, I'm not opposed to moratoriums. Mr. Lorino and I, in fact, Mr. Lorino imposed one of the earliest ones in our group. Mr. Smith has had one before. I imposed a very large moratorium in my district because I thought it was the proper thing to do. But truthfully, at the same time, I don't believe all of my district needs a moratorium. I think it's unfair to potential residents, it's unfair to the builders, it's unfair to the businesses. Certain of my fellow councilmen up here have areas where, unless I'm just completely out of touch with reality, the last thing they need is a moratorium. So what I'm saying to you is there's sort of different ways to skin the proverbial cat. I said hat, spread the cat. And maybe, and I should always wear a hat when I go outside, but maybe there's a better way to approach this. And to think that we are going to do what we're talking about tonight, and nobody in this room has a real clue to the true impact of this and what will happen. To think that we're going to do this in a month's time is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I would say, and I would implore President Cooper to accept this suggestion in the spirit that it's intended, and we all suggested to say, let's put together a committee. We did this on the tax. We put together a great committee, the Revenue Review Committee. They vetted those taxes, they looked at them, they criticized them, they said what's good, what's bad, and they had recommendations. Comprised a whole walk of life in this community. For this issue, which is even more important, much more important, to not sit down and allow the input, and again, if I segment y'all, please excuse it, but let's say the good residents are on this side and the good builders and developers on this side. Why not put those people together? Why not bring them to a room? Have a series of meetings over a period of time. Really look at this in a careful basis, because we're not talking about something casual here. Now, the moratorium in the part of my district that needed it, I did it. He had the guts to do it. Mr. Smith has had the guts to do it. Other people on this council have had the guts to do that. Now, did some of the builders not like that? So they didn't like it. But we did what was right. You've got people up here on this council, and I don't know any of us of the 14 are not good stewards of this community. But the reality is this: St. Tammany Parish is the greatest place in Louisiana to live. People want to come here. We got to find a happy medium. Now, I agree with President Cooper that he says, whoa, things are going a little too fast. Hey, I absolutely agree. How do we solve that? Well, first, I give credit to everybody up here that we've got enough sense to figure out how to solve it. In my particular case, I stopped it dead in its tracks in a certain area. But when we sit here and say we're going to impose a 6-month moratorium, that is the most absurd thing I've ever heard of in my life. In my district, I've already had to extend my moratorium twice, as I recall, because the studies and the analysis takes a hell of a long time, pardon my French. So we're not talking about a 6-month moratorium. We're talking about shutting it down completely. Now, I'll tell you this. I'm not a big fan of, someone mentioned big tract builders. I prefer to give that business to these little people, not little people. Some of them are full grown, you know, and some of them are financially much more than little people. But the reality is they're local and they deserve that doggone business. So I'm not a guy who promotes tract builders, I have to tell you this. But I just think that before we jump a gun on something like this, and again, remember, we're not voting on this tonight. We're voting on it in April. Before we do that in April, maybe we ought to use from March the 3rd to whatever the heck date it is in April to sit down and think about a committee-like approach to this. Let's bring in guys like this gentleman here who was our great council clerk, Don. Let's bring in some of the suggestions here, which, by the way, I thought were well stated. Let's bring in some of these people. Let's bring in the good doctor who comes here all the time and does a wonderful job of speaking on drainage. Let's come up with a plan. And just maybe that plan might be, let's create a moratorium in certain areas and let's not create a moratorium in certain areas. Maybe that might just have a little bit of common sense to it, as opposed to saying, we're going to shut it down, because the reality is it's not going to work and it's not going to be successful. So I would simply want to ask President Cooper, have we done any overall studies? Have we seen the overall impact of this type of activity? Because I think that's important, Mike, for people on both sides of this community to know about that. And then realistically, how long do you expect this study and analysis to take? Because everybody who sits up here knows doggone well it's not going to be 6 months.
4 years. But let me answer something.
Yeah. And while he's coming up here, there's nobody in this world, there's one person above God who would know how I'm going to vote on this come April. Nobody else knows. Nobody else knows. And remember that, please. What I'm saying is I'm trying to inject an approach that might be a little bit more careful for probably one of the most impactful decisions that I've seen made in the 8 years that I've been here. Thank you very much, Mr. Bender.
You're welcome, Mr. Toledano. Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A lot of great points brought up tonight with regard to the proposed rezoning density moratorium. I'd like to answer your questions, but I want to make a clear distinction again with the development of this proposed moratorium, that in nowhere does it state that it is a building moratorium. Of course, restricting or suspending high-density multifamily and single-family developments from rezoning is going to affect development of high-density single-family and multifamily developments. If the property is not yet zoned, and Mr. Lorino mentioned that he is opposed to a building moratorium, but supports a moratorium on high-density development. That's what this proposed moratorium is. It has nothing to do with home building. And not at one time did I indicate over the past 2 months being interviewed on radio, TV, newspaper, did I indicate that this was a building moratorium. In fact, I made that distinction that it is not a building permit moratorium. Building permits may be obtained on any legal lot or parcel of land under the current zoning. It will not affect building permits. We are not taking effect on our home builders. This is not about home building having a great impact. It's high density development is having the impact on development and how it's being developed under our current regulations, our current development codes that are being revised right now to address the inadequacies of our current codes that are causing drainage problems in neighborhoods that have been developed over the past 4, 5, and 10 years. Those developments developed under the present codes are, in fact, in some areas causing drainage problems. So it is nothing about the home building industry. We know that the home building industry is important to us, and the home building industry will continue on the lots that are developed and on future lots that will be developed under the current zoning. Property that is zoned A3, property that is zoned A4, property that is zoned A4A with PUD overlays. We've got properties out there that are ready to be developed. What I'm proposing, and we know that in 6 months, the studies that we have initiated and are ongoing at this time will not be completed in 6 months. We know that, but there is a 6-month, the ordinance requires that moratoriums be established for 6 months with opportunities to renew, and that's what's been done in the moratoriums that are in place right now. They're renewed every 6 months. You vote on these every time it's a 6-month renewal, you vote on these moratorium and they're extended. So it's a 6-month moratorium that has been proposed, but it was not my intention to have it sunset in 6 months because these studies will not be completed. And we're not saying that every study has to be completed before the moratorium is considered to be removed. We know that the infrastructure that is planned, local infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, roads, bridges, drainage, we've got money dedicated for that in our 2022 budget. And we've got projects identified in the 5-year capital plan, but we're also working with our state legislators and our state DOTD offices to address Highway 22, Highway 1077, Highway 1085, Highway 21, Highway 190, Highway 90, Highway 3421, Highway 434, Highway 1088. We've got planning and infrastructure planned on our state highways, and we appreciate our local legislators who are now serving in leadership positions on the transportation committees. This is a moratorium on high-density development by suspending rezoning applications for high density. This is not a building permit moratorium. It's come up several times this evening, and even in my reports to some of the local media, it doesn't come out in that regard that it's not a building moratorium. No building permit will be denied under the current requirements, and development of land will be allowed under the current zoning. Projects that have begun, even projects that may be submitted this week and next week before the moratorium is enacted, if in fact it is enacted, will move forward. Projects that will move forward. This is intended to address the high density that has impact on our infrastructure, particularly water and sewage capacities. I can't tell you how many times developers, builders, commercial developers are seeking water and sewage utilities. It hasn't been planned in the past. We're playing catch up. We've got plans for increasing capacities at the Goodby wastewater treatment plant, at the West St. Tammany wastewater treatment plant, the water systems in the Goodby area with the elevated water storage, the cross gates and other water and sewer systems on the east side of the parish. We've got plans in the works to expand our capacities. The preferred equities plant, we've got plans to expand those utilities. Development of high density or seeking those capacities that we do not have at this time, and we can't build it fast enough. But I can tell you that is a priority of infrastructure and priority for getting these plans resolved. And I'm going to ask Councilman Davis, to add another amendment to this proposed moratorium ordinance. I'm going to ask you, because I am committed to getting these plans that are in different stages of development at this time, anywhere that may be completed between 6 months and 24 months from now. I'm going to ask that we put a sunset a sunset on this proposed moratorium that shall not be extended for more than 3 6-month terms or be in effect for the equivalent of no more than 2 years from the adoption of this ordinance. Again, this is not a building moratorium. Up to 2 years. I'm not saying it has to last 2 years, but I'm asking for a sunset date so that it is not indefinite. These plans are in different stages, the infrastructure that we're doing. As we review every 6 months, we can determine, the council can determine whether to move another 6 months. I'm asking that you add a two-year sunset. That takes away the question of being indefinite, but it also gives you the opportunity every 6 months to review, to vacate any portion, and during that time, more discussions could be taken regarding this rezoning density moratorium. Matt, may you offer that at the time?
Mr. Davis, can I comment first? Can I comment first? Yeah, of course. Okay, President Cooper, I really believe that your request is extraordinary. I got to be honest with you.
Thank you.
No, not in a good way. No, because let me tell you, since we're getting into pure politics, I'm going to do a little bit, okay? So as chairman and as vice chairman last year, I knew nothing about any planned moratorium. Nothing. I was handed it on January the 3rd at 3:30, the same day it went on the website to everybody else. That's not coordination and cooperation. I don't think that's what either side of this audience expected to hear. So sunset? Why? Why? We have studies that you put in this ordinance for introduction that you are counting on to get through this moratorium. The moratorium is the responsibility of the parish council. It's separation of powers. And problems require solutions. We have very good departments, but we have a planning and development department. What do those two words sound like? Planning and development. We have engineering. The only department under the parish council is the council staff, us and 5 people. But we have the responsibility to our citizens, to local home builders, to the people in this parish who require sales tax revenue so that our public works department can maintain the roads that the people dedicated the money to. So I would just say, I'm going to stop there, but I'm overwhelmed by a request for a sunset on this thing at the last minute once again. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, another amendment was offered this evening that I fully support.
Mr. President Cooper, we acknowledged you in front of a whole list of council members, so we thank you. I'm going to the next person, who's Mr. Lorino.
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it on?
Yes.
Did they have a second to that? No. Okay, well.
But there's been no motion.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know if Jimmy did, so Jimmy was just asked. Okay, so therefore, that's why it wasn't responded to. Okay, I got you. Wow. All right. I just have some questions, and President Cooper, and you answered some of them a minute just now for me. I don't need to ask you when you made the decision to do the ordinance, because we still doing the ordinance, and so I'll say today. but you answered Mr. Benders on the council chair. I have a very important question. Did we as or you as the administration do a legal request before it was filed in the paper, online?
Did I do a legal request, like a
Yeah,
legal opinion?
yes, sir, that's right. Did you do that before it was filed?
No, I drew up an ordinance with the help of our legal civil DA's office.
Okay, and you assume that it was legal, and did they give you any statements or anything you could share with us that said this is illegal? Because the reason why I'm asking that, as we're talking in this room, we also have an opinion here from another outside part that said it's not a good idea. And so I was hoping that you, as your team, had one before you put it on the website as we're doing this. But I asked our attorney with the DA's office, Ms. Emily Couvion, if she would do a legal opinion on behalf of the council, and she did. The only thing that surprised me with that legal opinion was it took a month. Normally, as chairman, Miss Emily gets on things and she takes care of them fast, and she's been working on that. So that concerns me a little bit. So this is an issue that everybody in this room must think about. There's a challenge to it, or could be a challenge to it. If it passes, it won't last for 6 months. You said that, and I totally agree. The problem there is, as I mentioned yesterday, I have received so many emails and text and phone calls to me that basically said, Mike, you must vote for this moratorium because it's going to handle our drainage and traffic issues in 6 months. There's nothing wrong with 6 months. I totally agree with that if that was the case. This is a moratorium on District 4. It was put in place in 2017. 2017. Late President Brister and also President Cooper helped me with this. And both of them know that nothing has happened yet. I have it all laid out. State helped me. RPC helped me. Everything is funding. This is since 2017. And we had a moratorium put in place that said 6 months. With respect to Councilman Davis's knowledge and experience, I understand why you would consult with him on development concerns. Jimmy was on planning and zoning and chairman, and he knows it as Ms. Martha Casaban and Mr. Kurt Drum know it by the back of their hand. And we're lucky to have him here. But as prior chairman, I would have been furious if I was passed over and not made aware of this moratorium. And quite frankly, I don't think it would have happened. As I talked about that. So drainage plan, I'm glad we have it. Another great initiative by this administration. Great. But what I like to have also included in the drainage plan is when it's going to be completed. But I would also like to know, are we in the drainage plan looking at digging out our lateral ditches and tributaries to Lake Pontchartrain? As we sit here and you rightly speak about flooding, a majority of the flooding in District 4, in Riverwood, Riverwood East, Covington Country Club, is because the canals are blocked and are shallow. And guess what? It could be the same amount of water coming through that we don't know about, but there's nowhere for it to go, so it comes over the bank into my constituents' houses. That should be the number one thing we're doing on the drainage study before we do anything else, because that may alleviate some of that. And I don't know if we're looking at it, and that's there. Unified code. I started working on a unified code with late President Brista, and I have been working on it with Mr. Ross Liner and President Cooper and Ms. Gina Hayes, and we're still working on it. Government takes time. And when we're talking about this moratorium, we're speaking about time, and then we're speaking about money. All of those things need to be considered. I'm going to talk about the sunset. If we would have had a discussion with the council, and if we would have sat down and talked about it, and if we would have done that, we may have been able to say, this is what it's going to be for a little longer. But that did not happen. So here tonight, we have one, and then now I hear sunset. I'm not in favor of a sunset. I'm in favor of tackling the elephant in the room, PUDs, getting it done so that will lessen the density and we could work and do it, and that's where our attention needs to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. Mr. Davis.
How do I follow that? I do agree with Mr. Lorino that we do need to have some sort of a committee, a subcommittee, during this proposed 6-month moratorium, and where we get members of the building and members of the public together and discuss some of these things. But this is how I look at things as far as infrastructure and drainage. I know, and everybody else knows, and even the public knows, that's not going to be fixed in 6 months. We understand that. So, how do you go about solving a problem? Again, I try not to get too emotionally involved in anything. I can see how people do. I mean, I'm married. I understand this. This is what I do. This is what I do, okay? It's not a slap to the builders at all. Not a slap to the builders. It's not a slap to the public if it's not turned down or turned up. What it is basically it's this. It's our Unified Development Code that should be slapped, because we haven't adjusted for the growth period that we've had. Period. Smart growth only starts with smart code. That's how it's supposed to work. And what they're trying to do now is have a 6-month moratorium so that we can gain information, interpret that information, and then implement that information. Now, is that going to solve all the problems? Of course not. Well, with that lead in, is Ross Liner here? Is Mr. Ross Liner here? He said he was going to be here.
He was here.
Okay. Well, that doesn't help me at all.
He's here.
I'd like to. Ross, would you mind coming up? I told you I was going to put you on tonight. Okay. I think a lot of the issues that we're having with the moratorium and stuff like this is about getting results. Again, all the rest of us up here are result-oriented for the public and for the builders as well. Now, when you talk about infrastructure problems and we talk about drainage problems, I think a lot of that comes from higher density subdivisions being built, personally, because the higher the density subdivision, the more cars you got going onto the road. It's pretty simple when it comes to me as an engineer. Now, you're working on a Unified Development Code change, correct?
Correct.
Now, when do you expect that to be finished?
In 6 to 24 months, based on how fast we can go, what kind of groups we have together.
Okay.
So, sometime within that time frame is probably standard. I mean, I know this process probably started in 2016, 2017,
right,
under the previous administration. So we've picked it up and trying to get it to the goal line.
And let's look at what I feel is the worst thing for density increases: PUD overlays.
Yep.
Can you get the PUD overlay portion of the UDC done in a quick time period?
We can certainly talk to our consultant and try and address those within the code. What's happened over the past 10 years since the code has actually been updated is that things have been taken out of context, moved around, and creates more conflict and inconsistencies within the code. So taking just a small portion of it and trying to apply it to the whole code that it would be applied to is a lot more difficult than just, honestly, maybe just rewriting the code. But we can certainly get with the consultants and try and find out if we can work something out like that.
Because currently as it stands, the PUD overlay is extremely fragmented.
That's correct.
Extremely fragmented. It's hard for even a builder to understand what it's about.
It's hard for staff to administer.
So if it's hard to administer, as part of the UDC upgrade, we need to do that first. Because I believe that's the primary reason we're having these density problems, personally.
Would not disagree.
Can that be done in 6 months?
I will talk to the consultant.
Do you feel it can be done in 6 months?
I will have to talk to the consultant.
Is the consultant here?
He is not.
That's unfortunate. So, I think there's a way to go about doing this, and I understand it's probably again, but as a councilman, we want to see results. Obviously, we want to see results, and this is ownership on the administration. So obviously, I'd like to get emails every 2 months from you, for all the councilmen to say what the status is of all these studies.
That's not a problem. Definitely.
Thank you, because that's information that we can pass on to our constituents and such. But I just think this slight pause is not going to be a major hindrance at this point, when in the past, we just kind of keep rolling through the stages. Even the Planning and Zoning Commission members inform me, I sometimes have to vote because that's the way the code is written. That's unfortunate. To me,
absolutely.
To me, it means it's not smart growth. It's not smart code.
Yep. So
that has to be done first.
Absolutely. Hasn't been updated since 2010. Started in previous administration, like I mentioned, between 2016 and 2017, and we're definitely trying to get to the goal line. I think we have a lot more people involved with it, especially at the council level with our civil advisors from the DA's office. So yeah, we're all working this as a team, which I don't really believe maybe took place, 6 years ago or so.
Yeah.
We talk about solutions. Solutions to these problems will not be implemented in 6 months, 12 months, a year, maybe some year and a half, some may be, but the solutions in these plans will be developed so that we can then start implementing them. So the moratorium is based on studies and plans, which then, as we go through them, create the solutions.
No, I agree 100% with that. And again, with this council, and in the 6 month time period, if this moratorium passes in a 6 month time period, then we have every right to say, okay, we're going to either renew it or we're not.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Eric.
Thank you. I just want to say that we've received a lot of emails on this, and I don't think I was threatened in a single one, which is awesome compared to some of the other emails that we normally get on some subjects. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I want to say that this moratorium is, in my opinion at least, is an exercise sort of the police power of your government. You have a constitutional right as a property owner to petition your government and ask for certain zoning changes. It's in our code. It's in part, I think everybody would understand that. And we're telling you, no, you cannot do that. So to me, that process should be deliberate and it should be open. And it probably should be done in conjunction with, the people here that actually have to vote on it. So I will say I'm very disappointed that we didn't get a seat at the table when this came out. And now we're trying to go after and try to fix some of these issues that should have been developed, early on before this was even put out there. I'm also disappointed that the people that are being regulated most by this, which is the home builders, didn't have a seat at the table when this was happening, even if it's to tell them this is happening and too bad, we don't care what you think about it. At least you could have told them that. We could have told them that if that's the decision that was made. I was doing some research and I came across a study from 1977 that the home builders actually did. And the amazing thing about it was they were actually advocating for our drainage tax that now has been renewed several times. They were the ones who wanted it. And part of the reason was, why do we want to build houses if they're going to flood? And that was back in 1977. So they've been a partner in this community and they've tried to push solutions, and there's a $2,200 impact fee for a house that gets paid, and people pay it. I'm sure they don't necessarily pay it, but that's a lot of money per lot. And I can understand their frustration when there's an ordinance that comes out that they don't know anything about that says, oh, by the way, we're going to do something that can potentially impact your livelihood. So I have a bunch of questions, and I understand this is for introduction, but I can tell you if I don't really get some good answers to some of these questions, I think it puts us in a difficult position to do something when we don't exactly know what all the consequences are. But my questions are, how many times has the planning and zoning denied a residential rezoning that would have resulted in an increased density for a property? And also, how many times have they approved such a thing? Because I hear a lot about that. But, in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, there was a comprehensive rezone. A lot's changed in 20 years. A lot of times we're getting things right now, and there's already an existing zoning on it, and we're trying to maybe negotiate with the developer to get something better than what was there. So maybe if there's an issue with those things in specific areas, then maybe that should be addressed. I asked the same thing in the past 2 years, 5 years, 7 years. How many times has the parish council voted to increase the density on a residential development more than what the existing zoning would have allowed? How many times have we overruled the planning commission about allowing greater density? All these things in a study would be nice to see, are we the problem up here, or is there another problem? What areas right now have existing zoning in place to allow residential building at a greater density greater than A2? We hear about traffic and drainage. Are these areas currently suffering from traffic and drainage issues? If so, this isn't doing anything that. You can go build, heck, if it's a T&D, you can go build there as a T&D. So we're not really addressing those issues on those very hot spots that we've talked about. Also, do commercial developments also create traffic and drainage issues? If so, what evaluation was done to determine that continued commercial development was not a danger to the parish's health, safety, and welfare? Because that's what this moratorium is about. In fact, that's the only way we can pass a moratorium if we find that. What economic study was done to determine that the moratorium would not impact the home builders? I've heard that several times, and they say it is. Where's that study that we know just what impact this is going to have? What studies does the parish have that recommended traffic or drainage projects, and what is the status of those recommendations? I know we do studies all the time, and sometimes we get projects from that. Sometimes we don't. But what's in existence? What's going on? What research was done to determine the results of moratoriums in other parishes? Obviously this isn't the first time this has happened in Louisiana. Even some of our neighbors I know have had. What did they find out? What did we learn from them? What happened there? Have we reached out and talked to those people? What economic study was done to determine the impact this moratorium would have on the parish's economy generally? I understand that we're talking about flooding and drainage, but we also need to have people here. And if this is going to tank us, then maybe there's a different way to approach this. And I've heard that this moratorium is aimed at high density, but I'd like to know what study was done to determine that 2 houses per acre, which is A3, is high density. Because, to me, I live in A3, and I don't think that's high density. I think A4, PUDs, definitely high density. 2 houses per acre, at least in Slidell, that's a pretty good piece of property in my district. So those are some of the things that, frankly, I think we should have that available since this moratorium was put out. Those are the kind of questions that I would expect would have been done, and the kind of studies that would have been done to get us to this point, just to make sure that what we're doing is appropriate. Because, as I said, it's a big parish, and there's some areas, obviously, that we probably should have a permit moratorium on. We probably should say, look, this area is so bad, and we've done that on the individual council level, that we shouldn't have development there until we can correct very identifiable problems. And to me, when you have one of those ordinances like that, and one of those issues like Mike has, and like Reichert has, and some of the others, that lets us know, hey, look, there's a huge issue here. What can we do? What resources can we concentrate to fix that problem so we can get that property back in commerce? And I just worry that we're doing this big parish-wide thing with these big studies, and a lot of times these studies are real nice, but they're very generalized. They don't have very specific things of what we can do to fix things. And I worry about an open-ended moratorium, and I appreciate the fact that now we're talking about a sunset. But I'd also point out, and I probably shouldn't point this out, but it's just bothering me. Our moratorium ordinance does not, in fact, have a 6-month time limit on it, or for introduction. That's been our tradition. That's been what we've done. But there's no time limit in it. You could do 18 months. You could do 3 months. You could do whatever you wanted to do. Traditionally, we've done 6 months. Which everybody knows nothing can get done in 6 months in government anyway, but that's what we've done, at least to hope to focus some of the resources of the parish onto those areas. So I don't know about a sunset clause. I mean, I don't know if that's sort of pre-voting on something that hasn't come up yet, and the liability of that, I would kind of like more time than sitting up here right now to think about that. But thank you. That's all I have to say. I appreciate everybody coming out here. It's actually, with everything going on in the world, it's nice that we can sit here and have this and not have missiles and bombs flying at us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harry. Mr. Canulette.
Yes. So if you were a fisherman and you like to use worms as your bait, well, this topic would be the biggest bait of worms. You could fish forever and ever and ever and never have to draw another bucket of worms. There's so many things that are falling into this, home builders, citizens. But I'm going to say this. Everyone's talking about we need more time, we need more time, we need more time. I disagree completely. If we're going to do a moratorium, it should be done for 3 months. And if you can't show you've made no progress in 3 months, what makes you think you're going to see progress in 6 months or 12 months or 18 months? And then we have absolutely isolated a whole industry and not have one solution in place to fix it. So if we really want to do this, we need to have solutions going forward every couple months. And I hear, oh, this government works slow. Well, I come from the oil industry. You work like that, you get fired. It's just how it is. Time is money. And in case everyone's forgotten, we're out of money. We can't even pay the sheriff and the DA and the judges. We're out of money. So we're out of time. So my suggestion is if we're going forward this and we're going forward, we need to see results, and we need to see results quickly and often. And if we can't get those results, then we got to find a different way. All right, that's it, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Canulette. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank all the people that came tonight and gave their opinions, regardless of what they were. And I'm like Mr. Toledano, I'm here just more or less asking questions and making statements. As you know, I'm from the north part of the parish. We don't have much flooding. We don't have high density. We don't have the problems that, unfortunately, that some of you do. My questions on this moratorium, I think, is what do we want to accomplish in 6 months? What are we going to accomplish? If we're not going to accomplish anything, why are we doing it? I think it needs to be pinpointed. I think it needs to be, if it's going to be density, then it needs to be said that it's on density areas, high density areas. If it's going to be PUDs, then moratorium on PUDs, not just overall the parish and rule every community out and and think about the livelihood. I know we have problems, but I also know I don't want to put the small businesses out of work. The plumbers, the building industry, I don't want to see them suffer for no reason. I think we have to pinpoint what we want to accomplish in 6 months or 3 months, as Chris said, and then do that. If we don't have one item we want to accomplish, then we shouldn't go with, okay, we have a moratorium. I think it needs to be defined. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay. I'm going to maybe clarify something. If you were listening to Councilman Canulette, and it goes into what Ms. Tanner was saying too. And I'm going to clarify it because Chris is out of the room. He can't hit me. What he means by that is not results in new parkways, new flood control projects. He's talking about specific ordinances that we can pass, okay, that we can see that need to be done, or that have been identified as something that it's going to help improve these problems that we're having. So I'm going to bring Mr. Liner back up for a second. Thanks, Ross. Okay. Okay. So I've been saying for months that the PUD is a big problem, and it's because of the subdivision that's trying to come into my area that put a PUD in, and I think a lot of the problems and problems that people have with it are due to the PUD and adding more houses because of the PUD. Okay, so if the consultant, and this is such a simple solution, it can't possibly work, but so if we got to wait on the consultant and the focus groups and legal and everything else to come up with a fix on the PUD, what about just revoking the ordinance and taking the PUD out entirely and then reintroducing the new ordinance according to what the focus group or the consultant or what everybody else said? Okay, what's the problem with taking the PUD completely out? And then if you want to bring the PUD back in later, we can vote on bringing the PUD back in later.
I think that'd be a great question for you to have discussion with your legal advisor at the council level.
Okay, so we're not dependent on.
I'll be
depending on you guys. Okay.
I'll certainly be happy to be part of that
Okay.
conversation, but
Okay.
I'd say it'd start with you, and if you
Okay.
want to talk to your legal advisors and have me a part of it, I'll certainly be willing to.
Okay, because that's something positive we can do right away. It may be by amendment if that's the way we do it. If that's the way we do it, amending to this if that's the way we end up doing it. And we got a month to put it together. We got a month between introduction and the vote, and I don't think everybody on the council wants to do something positive. Administration wants to do something positive. The citizens want to do something positive. Everybody in here wants to do something positive. There's nobody in here that wants to be an obstructionist. We're just all trying to figure out the best way to do it. And last but not least, please consider a universal tree ordinance. That's another thing.
Well, let's have that discussion as well,
Yeah,
so I can give it to you.
Okay. That's all I had to say tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Smith. Ms. O'Brien.
Yes, I'm going to reiterate what some of my colleagues said. Thank you for being here. This has been a wonderful discussion, and everybody's been very professional and polite. It's been nice to see and hear. People came in and said we have some terrible issues with traffic. They're right. We have some significant drainage issues. They're right. Workforce housing is needed. That's correct. Home building is one of the major industries in the parish. That's true. Do you see our dilemma? Everything you're saying is correct. Now, let me tell you something. I was at a Christmas party, and I got reamed by somebody because of traffic. She had this girl that was would have been a great employee. She couldn't hire her because it took her too long to get through traffic every day. The girl said, I can't devote that amount of time to travel. I just don't have that amount of time. I hadn't even thought about that. That never crossed my mind. But I will tell you that I was a corporate trainer for a while. When I was a school teacher for a long time. When I left education, I became a corporate trainer. And I worked with a nutrition and health and nutrition company. And in Mandeville, we had a lot of people coming in from Pearl River, Slidell, Washington Parish, Tangipahoa Parish. And then all of a sudden, gas prices went up. Guess what happens when, and now this is way back when, but guess what happens when you pay an adult $10 an hour and gas gets really expensive? Now fast forward to gas prices today. I got an advertisement from a realtor today. He was saying the average price of a home in my district area, in Mandeville area, is around $3-something. Can a brand new school teacher afford that? Can a brand new policeman afford that? Can a family who's making $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 afford that and everything else for their children? So everything y'all are saying is correct. We have a big dilemma, but I think there's a lot of wisdom in what some of my colleagues are saying about getting some people together to have a dialogue about this. We are going to have to work on this. I mean, look, I have a cousin in Lafourche Parish who's a builder. I know if he was told, look, you might have trouble for 6 months to 2 years, building houses, that could be pretty devastating. Imagine, COVID was bad enough. They're right. They have to worry about interest rates, supply chain. I have a neighbor who's driving a U-Haul van, $19.99 a day and 50-something cents a mile. You know why? For a month. Because he needs to get his car repaired and they can't get the part because of supply chain issues. And he tried to rent a car and there were none available. So there are so many issues that we have to think about when we make a decision about this. This is not simple. This is hard. And all of the stuff y'all said on both sides, you're right. So I think it's very important for us to have strong dialogue because we can't continue with the traffic like it is. You're right. We have to have solutions to a change. You're right, but this other stuff is important too. But I'm going to talk about something else because it was interesting to me that Patrick McMath sent me the text because we had a conversation about state roads. I was thinking about Tangipahoa Parish. They have so many state roads that are 4-lane highways, and they also have the DOTD office. And when you really consider the population that we have in St. Tammany Parish and the tax contribution that goes from St. Tammany Parish to the state, I would like us to work really hard to get more of our fair share. And this is a wonderful opportunity when you have McMath chairing the Senate Transportation Committee and Wright chairing the House Transportation Committee. I think all of us need to get very, very vocal at the state level. Now, like me, I go to school. I work with kindergarten through 3rd grade. I can't just take off and not show up for work. But those of you who have the ability, when you have a chance, if you see these gentlemen doing something and they want support, let's make some noise. Let's be heard. This is our chance to finally get, hopefully, some extra dollars so we can work on some of these state roads. Now, if a lot more of our state roads are 4-lane highways, honestly, do you think we'd be having this severe a consequence right now? I remember when I first moved back to Louisiana. We bought in the Woodland subdivision. They told us, oh, there's going to be a connection from 1088 to the interstate anytime now. Well, fast forward 10 or 11 years, I was going through a divorce, sold my house, and it still wasn't built. It wasn't built until after. And I thought, man, if we'd have lasted a little bit longer, I'd have made more money on my house. You know? But, I mean, everything is so slow. But right now, I think we need to take advantage of what we have at the state level. And I want to encourage everybody to go ahead and participate and get involved as much as possible. And I think from my colleagues and I, you have a commitment that we want to be fair to everyone and listen to both sides, because both sides are right. And again, thank you for being here and wanting to be a part of the solution. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Let's see, Mr. Toledano.
I yield, Mr. Bender.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Toledano. I think that was for you, your yield, Mr. Toledano.
That's the first thing you've done right all year. Remember those words, yield, forever.
First of all, I put myself in to speak. Thought maybe I would be last, but that's okay. But I try not to jump ahead of other council members as chairman. I want to clarify a couple of things, and I want to stick to what I learned in coming out of college and working in the family business for a couple of years, and then going out on my own. This is not about me. I'm laying this groundwork because of what I'm going to say. And then moved up in a large Fortune 500 company, was thankful to have the opportunity to be the manager for Louisiana and Mississippi, and then was hired by another Fortune 500 company for the next 30 years and was the manager for Louisiana and Mississippi there. Let me tell you, I say this for a reason. Studies take a long time. A long time. Believe me, I could hold my breath and say the word long as I could, and that wouldn't be long enough. Now, it's the nature of studies. It's also the nature of government. It is not the nature of private industry. Builders, I was not in the building business, but builders, they can't pay their trades. Just work as long as you want. You know, I quoted the client to build their house for them. Just take as long as you want. I'll keep paying you. You know, they can't operate that way. In Fortune 500 companies, problems require solutions. Problems. Y'all have been focusing on telling us, truthfully, problems. Very polite. I agree with Mr. Lorino, both sides. There's some legitimate problems. But I want to be fair, because I pointed out planning and development and engineering. I have no issue with the people that work in planning and development and engineering. I want to be very clear about that. Let me also be fair, though, because Mr. Weiner made a very good statement. He said, so that we understand the length of time, and so this is not aimed, which not my intention, is not aimed to pick on President Cooper's administration. Mr. Weiner said, this began in response to, I think, Mr. Davis's question. He said this began in 2016, 2017. Then we had 2018, 2019. That was 4 years of a previous administration. I'm not saying a negative word about it. I'm just telling you a fact. Then we have 2020 and 2021, 2 years of this administration, plus we're going on 3 more months of this administration. And Mr. Weiner said, which I have no issue with, I got to talk to the consultant. I got no issue with that. But I think we're talking about 24 more months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 years. The study we're in right now is a $350,000 consultant. That's the study that's ongoing right now. $350,000. Am I saying the consultant's not worth it? I'm not saying that at all. It's a study. What's the outcome of the study? We don't know. Because it's only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years and 3 months. And we need 2 more years. Okay? Now, let me make this point. It's very important. The council makes some good decisions, and you know what? If any of us said that we wouldn't redo a vote we took at some point in our careers, that would just, we'd have to jog our memory some more, okay? But let me tell you, moratorium, this is the significance of a moratorium. This council put, and I think it was actually this council, it might have been the end of the previous council, which many of us were still on that council, but this council too. We put restrictions on ourselves for moratoriums. We put restrictions on ourselves. You're going to hear later tonight, and it just happens to be him, but let's say it's me. If I had a moratorium coming up due at 6 months, I would have to have done what one of my colleagues did to prepare for this meeting, and that is have documentation to the fellow colleagues on this council as to why this needs to be extended. Let the public know. The builders, the public, citizens, everybody know. This is restrictions we put on ourselves so that we don't just say, we're still doing studies and let's just let it go on forever. That's why that word sunset, I mean, I've been being told the sun was setting 8 years ago because I've been here that long and more. Problems require solutions. We have problems. Let me tell you what we don't have. We don't have solutions. We have studies. And I think you all see, and I say this just because it's reality, I think you've heard from enough council members to know that obviously we weren't part of this decision. We weren't consulted, but we have to pass it or we have to deny it. I'll tell you something, there's one thing, and I'm not referring to anybody, anyone here. There are good words that are very, very impactful politically, depending on the situation. When there's not a cooperative endeavor between both sides of government, and we're just brought up here to vote, that's all we need. We only need you to vote. Just vote. We don't need you to be part of the solution. We don't. Mr. Lorino, and I named him chairman again this year, been chairman of a work group this council put together called the Tammany Utilities Work Group. I'm talking about problems now. I'm not getting off the subject. Let me tell you, we had the good fortune to be embarrassed on WWL-TV. If any of y'all saw this, we've been working on a solution to a problem because people over there in Mr. Smith's district, okay, and he's worked religiously on this. They all got sick in the week of Easter of 2021. They're still having rashes when they shower in their own bathrooms, in their own bathtubs, children with them. We've had public meetings. I'll tell you what, we don't have any interest. Those of us on the work group, I think we'd all tell you honestly, have we made any headway in convincing all yours to council? Where's the empathy? Where is the solution to the problem? American Rescue Plan money? There was none of it in the budget this year that we just passed, 2021. Mr. Mike Smith, Mr. Lorino, and I got together with some of our other colleagues, and we took $14 million and put it into infrastructure improvements for the east and the west side Tammany utilities that we own. Because in the west, it's in capacity. They're at capacity and overcapacity. Why do we have to do that? It's not that I'm trying to make fun or hurt anybody, but we have something that's been occurring here, and that is the problems, even when we're intimately involved with public meetings and everything, are not getting to solutions. A consultant was hired for that. Thank God only about $30,000 came in with the study, I think within 4 months. 6 months, excuse me. And we had a meeting 3 months ago to take an active role to solve these people's problem, and nothing's been done in 3 months. So I'm only saying this. We've been hearing this from 2 administrations for a long time. And I simply pointed out planning and development and engineering for a reason. You all are talking about how we plan and how we develop. Is that not true? Exactly. And that department lies under any parish president. Most of my colleagues were not aware of this, but we're here to vote. Please just vote. Excuse me. So what I'm saying to you folks is I am going to say right now, because Mr. Lorino and Mr. Davis spoke to me. I know Mr. Lorino has been trying to talk to other council members. He brought it up. We are going to, as chair, I can put together a committee. Mr. Lorino, when he was chair, he could put together a committee. Mr. Dean's been chairman in the past. Some of my other colleagues that have been here a while have been chair, okay? I'm going to put together a committee for simple solutions. Mr. Smith offered a simple solution. Mr. Canulet said, and I'll be honest with you, he's talking to me in the back going, maybe this should be 3 months. And I'm going, really? But he brought it up. Mr. Smith took from it and come up with a simple solution. I'm not saying it's perfected yet. Let me tell you how much this committee is going to cost. It's going to have council members on it. It's going to have, as Mr. Lorino and Mr. Davis approached me about it and other colleagues, it's going to have some residents with the proper concerns. It's going to have a couple of home builders. The parish president's going to have an appointment to it. That committee is going to cost exactly this much, $0. Now, that doesn't sound like we're going to get much done. But I tell you what, I believe that we're going to get some things accomplished. Not that the council wants to take credit for. It's what why did we run for office? I mean, you either did it to try to be a help, or you did it to try to have glory or power. I don't know. But I think most of us up here are in it to try to help everybody. Our home builders, everybody that's earning a living, and the people that need it. So we will be putting that committee together. Hopefully, we'll have it put together prior to the ordinance for adoption stage. It's not connected to the ordinance for adoption. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to waste that month, okay? And we'll be reaching out, and President Cooper will have an appointment to it too, but it will be a council committee to try to seek solutions with big problems, but how do we move forward? Maybe in that 8 years, we could have went from A to G. And we could be all sitting up here going, but we haven't done H to Z. I don't know what we've gotten done in 8 years. Because, and I'm not making fun, we have to talk to the consultant. Thank y'all. Mr. Drum.
Really? My turn? Oh, good. Okay, I'm only going to take 2 minutes at the most. Everybody else is taking up the other 2 hours. Okay, first, I spent over 20 years in the military, living in the desert, on top of mountains, having my machine guns frozen, being away from home for 2 years because of you folks. If that doesn't make sense, to me it does, because I was proud to do that for you to be able to sit out there and put up with this noise. Okay, so thank you very much for making my life worthwhile. I appreciate it. The second thing, thank you. The second thing is, this coffee's only going to keep me awake so long. And so the next thing is, we got to stop talking about why the government takes so long, talking about getting stuff done when all we're doing is talking about it. Okay, so I do hereby make a motion that we vote on this thing so we can move on. This is only the first item we're voting on.
Again, the only thing on the floor is the motion to amend. The moratorium itself will have to be introduced tonight and won't be adopted or eligible for adoption until next month.
Well, that's what I make a motion on, so we can move on.
So you called the question.
I call a question.
Mr. Drum, you're well-intentioned, but
sir,
you got it. We already have a motion in a second.
Okay. Well, I third it.
All right. That's very good. It is. I'm with you.
Okay.
He's called the question.
So can we vote?
TJ wants to speak, however.
No, I don't. All I want to do is just what I heard. Call the question.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, and give these people a break so they can go to the bathroom, please.
I got to tell you, boy, experience in 4 months. It's amazing. Who made the motion and who made the second?
Davis Lorino.
Okay. Please vote on the amendment.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
For having this meeting separated from all of those things. Okay. Now I need a motion and a second to move forward on the moratorium as amended. Motion by Mr. Lorino, seconded by Mr. Toledano. That's all I need.
And that's just
So-
to place it on the agenda for next month?
It moves forward to next month for adoption, okay? As amended. All right? Anyone who would like to leave, okay, please feel free. But let me just tell you, that there's something that we have to go by. Either we allow y'all to speak or we don't. Either we allow them to speak or we don't. And either we allow our colleagues up here to ask questions or we don't. So I'm willing to be here. Thank y'all for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
This is for the second.
Huh?
That's for number 2. That person never.
Does anybody want to take a 5-minute break to use the restroom or whatever?
Yes, I would like to.
Sure. Let me tell you what. You need to talk to your buddy because I'm about to take it. First, should shut his fucking mouth. What he's doing is he's saying, same thing. What he's doing is he's saying, I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Well, get up and go home.
Sure. You know, he thinks it's the planning and zoning. He thinks 4 months. I know he thinks it's the planning and zoning. I understand. He's got more responsibility than he thinks.
Do we not follow some of the
I don't care how
There's no way around that. There was no way around. There's no way around that. Wait, you mean Carter?
Yeah.
I mean, I just told him.
Hey, look. They were clapping for it now. As soon as Honeybee comes up, the same ones will be booing.
Well, no, here's the point. I'm not going to let them know.
Yeah, I get it.
So, when he's grabbing, he wants to say what you say. What you say is good. When grabbing it, you can't say what you say.
We had to do what we had to do. That's our introduction.
So you know what? He needs to learn before he starts getting funny. Okay, thank you. The next item is ordinances for introduction. Mr. Airy, item 2.
Thank you. This is a proposed moratorium for 6 months just on multifamily, which is A6 through A8. I am going to make a slight amendment to it. In the 7th whereas clause, starting the 5th line after it says District 13, I want to add less than except Lakeshore Villages Phase 4-A-3 and Wrigley's Estates. And the reason is we've already, for Lakeshore, they've already done traffic and drainage studies and actually put in a lot of infrastructure. While I don't know if they're going to do apartments, since they've already done that as part of it, it wouldn't be fair to have them not be able to reap the benefits if they do decide to build it. And for Wrigley's Estates, that's been going on since the 90s, and there's been a number of concessions made on that. And I don't think there's any multifamily on here, but I don't want to hold them up if under that PUD there is considered maybe A6, because there's some townhomes there, but the apartments had been taken out. So with those amendments, I would move to introduce.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion introduced by Mr. Airy with the amendment and seconded by Mr. Davis. Any questions from the council?
We do have one.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Mr.
Very quickly, what would, I heard Wrigley's Estates. What was the other one, Jake?
Lakeshore Villages, right out in front of the development on Housey Beach Road. There's 2 lots that are multifamily housing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have one speaker card, and it is Rhonda Hildebrand. Ms. Hildebrand? Okay. Okay, ma'am, you can have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm talking about the honeybee situation.
Oh, no.
No, we're not doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
But it's okay. We'll change it. You had put item 2, which is,
Oh, okay, that's my fault.
yeah, it's fine. We understand what you want to speak on.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, with no one from the audience and no one from the council. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, we're now voting on the amendment. Please vote.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Okay, need a motion and a second to introduce. Motion by Mr. Airy to introduce, seconded by Mr. Davis. Anyone from the council? That's it. Okay. We've gone through all the rest of them from the consent calendar. Mr. Fitzgerald, would you had spoken to me about on number 5 appeal, Mr. Frizzell? Is he in the audience or not?
I haven't been able to determine that. Went out and kind of polled the audience. I don't think Mr. Frizzell is with us.
Okay.
As the appellate.
You want to move up number 5 then to make your decision if he's not here?
Certainly, and we can do that quickly. I've had many talks
Hold
with
on one
Mr.
second.
Frizzell.
Let me see if we have anybody that wants to speak on this. If so, we'll hold it.
We do.
We do. So we're going to go back to the appeals then, because we have people that want to speak, Mr. Fitzgerald, so we have to hear it. Okay.
Okay.
Item 3, under appeals, Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7,
We still
2020.
have to do these 2. She hasn't made a motion yet. She hasn't.
Oh, yes, but we, excuse me, we asked Mr. Quistapace people if they were here, they could leave. But we haven't made the motion to remove. Absolutely. Okay, going to Ms. Tanner's going to make the request to withdraw item 1
And 2.
and item 2. So first, item 1, Garrett Quistapace. No one was here.
Right.
And it's Garrett Quistapace appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 397 acres located on the south side of Louisiana Highway 435, west of Woodland Road, east of Merrimaid Lane, Abita Springs. Ms. Tanner.
this has been pulled to withdraw, and I would like to remove it from the agenda.
Okay, motion by Ms. Tanner to remove, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Anyone from the council? We had no one from the public. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Item 2 is Garrett Equistapace appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 631 acres located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 21, north of Louisiana Highway 41, and south of the Bogachita River, Bush, in Ward 5, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
Again, I would like to make a motion to remove.
Motion to remove by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Mike Smith. Anyone from the council? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Item number 3 under appeals is, excuse me. Mr. Fitzgerald. Yeah, excuse me, a little mistake on our part. No speakers for number 5. So you want to go ahead and move on this? There's no one in the audience that wishes to speak? Anyone from the council that wishes to speak? I'll read it then. John R. Frizzell, number 5, appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7th, 2021 to rezone 3.95 acres located on the north side of Campground Road, east of Louisiana Highway 1129, north of Louisiana Highway 40, being 251 Campground Road, Covington. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Right. Having conferred with all parties involved, I'd like to concur with the denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald on the denial, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Please vote. Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, I need a motion and a second on adoption of a resolution. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Ms. Tanner on the adoption of a resolution. Please vote.
I need you to vote. Mr. Lorino. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 3 is Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7th, 2021 to rezone 275.33 acres located on the east and west sides of Honeybee Road, north of U.S. Highway 190, Slidell from TND2, Traditional Neighborhood Development Zoning District, to A4A, Single Family Residential District, Ward 9, District 11, and Mr. Shane, I'm gonna go ahead and read number 4 and 2, and I'll explain, for the audience how we'll handle this collectively. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Lorino.
Could you ask Mr. Drum if this is going to take 15 or 20 minutes so I don't waste much time? Okay. Well, we'll try to get it done 15, 20 so I don't waste much time, okay?
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Item 4 is Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7th, 2021 to rezone 275.33 acres located on the east and west sides of Honeybee Road, north of U.S. Highway 190, Slidell from A4A single-family residential to A4A single-family residential in PUD Plan Unit Development, Ward 9, District 11. Okay, so for the audience and entire council, I mentioned this to a lot of council members, and I spoke to Mr. Drum in advance of the meeting. First of all, we're going to hear both of these together, but we will be voting on them individually as a council, okay? But in order, because they're connected, okay? We know that. The second one is connected to the outcome of the first one or whatever. So I had several requests for additional time, like was given last month, but we had 5 appeals combined together. I went for the lesser amount, which would be 13 minutes for both sides, because we have quite a few people, okay, that have cards in. And the rebuttal time stays 5 minutes, okay? So in order to plan your speaking time, for those who are for Honeybee or opposed to it, you have 13 minutes and 5 minutes of rebuttal. Mr. Shane.
Just one moment, please.
Okay. This is in favor. And this one's not.
That's the lady that just came.
Oh, okay.
And these are against that one to.
And Mr. Shane, would you like to be aware of, I have 3 cards, just for your information, from people in the audience that want to speak from your perspective
Yes, sir.
in favor, okay?
I appreciate you letting me know.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Have all of you been provided the packets that we handed out this evening?
Yes, sir.
So if we could begin, good evening. My name's Jeff Shane. I'm with the Jones Fussell Law Firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I have the pleasure of representing Honeybee Holdings LLC, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of D.R. Horton. My clients are with me this evening. Mr. Matt Carr, sitting in the second row, who is the president of Horton in Louisiana. I also have my consultants, Duplantis Design Group, with me, Ms. Lizzie Sanji and Mr. Tommy Buckle, who serve as engineers for the project. And we appreciate the opportunity to present the Honeybee project to you this evening. In a night when we have heard a theme of problems and solutions, I would like to think that the Honeybee project that I present to you this evening is a solution that is readily within your grasp. In that regard, we will be showing you a flyover of the project as I speak, but the Honeybee project is a proposed PUD development on 275 acres located on the north side of US Highway 190 on the east and west side of Honeybee Road. Very significantly, it was owned by the St. Tammany Parish Council in 2009 as a TND2. That is not a zoning classification that the prior landowner sought. That is not a zoning classification that my client, the current owner of the property, sought, but it is a zoning classification that has been there now in its 13th year. What we propose is a planned unit development, or PUD, consisting of 962 single-family residential units only, and of course, a derogation, an elimination of the TND2 zoning. This is a very significant downsize or downzone of a piece of property that is very well situated for single-family residential development. I'm going to attempt in the time that is allowed to give you some very good reasons as to why I think the proposed PUD we have before you this evening is a solution. The TND2 zoning would allow, under a plan that we have devised, 1,794 units, 897 of which would be single family and 897 of which would be multifamily. We can reduce that density of 1,794 to a plan that I will discuss a little later of 928 units, all of which will be single family, all of which will have water lots, all of which will have greater area, and none of which will include a multifamily component. If you'll take a look at the packet that I gave you with my letter dated February 24th on top, I will ask you just to take a look at some of the attachments that I've provided. The first attachment being the number 1, which is the layout of the Honeybee PUD development. If you'll also go to attachment 3, that is a memo that we procured from the Parish Department of Planning that confirmed the calculation formula as to how many units could be placed in the existing TND2 zoning. That is 8 units per acre for single family and up to 40 units per acre for the multifamily. Again, our PUD only suggests a total density of 962 units to be hopefully amended to 928 units, a density that is far less than 3.5 units per acre. Take a look, if you will, please, at item 4. The number 4 is in the upper left-hand corner. It's the exhibit I've given you that says a case of downzone. I don't have time to read all of the 10 categories, but take a look at the net result for each category in the yellow on the right-hand side. And in no instance will you find that the proposed PUD is more onerous, more intense, more dense, or contributes to the impacts such as traffic or drainage when compared to the TND2. Also, if you would take a look at Exhibit 5, how many times have you told the development community, go to a property that's zoned for your need and make sure that there's adequate infrastructure in place to accommodate your project? What my client did was buy a piece of property that had been zoned in 2009 and now has agreed through this infrastructure memo to put in $11 million of infrastructure up front before the first house is occupied. I've given you the allocation, as you can see on this sheet, as to the improvements that will be made. What do they include? The things that we worry about the most: roads, traffic, drainage, central sewerage, water quality, and all of the things that allow us to have smart growth and a pristine community. If you would turn to page 6 of the packet, you will see that we went to an independent firm. We actually went to the Baton Rouge Area Chamber and procured an economic study for you as to what are the economic impacts of honeybee. I think I heard that question asked a few times earlier this evening. Does anybody know the economic impacts of what is before you this evening? Well, guess what? You've got it right here, and you've got it from a third party. And what are some of the highlights? How about $2,500,000 in annual residential property tax collections? How about $2,100,000 in transportation and drainage impact fees? How about an imposition of a community development district that would save you, parish government, from having any responsibility for maintenance of infrastructure on the site? A calculated savings of nearly $179,000 a year. In sum, the honeybee PUD that we propose this evening increases property and sales taxes by approximately $3.5 million, in addition to the $2.1 million of impact fees that I previously mentioned. If you'll take a look at page 7, that is an excerpt from the staff zoning report, which clearly shows you the density range in the existing TND2. Notice it's a minimum of 1,376 units, a maximum of 2,202 units. That's not a rezone effort. That is the existing zoning and the capacity that that zone will allow. Notice what the A4A and PUD will allow, 1,238 units, but this development plan that was presented to the Zoning Commission only seeks 962 units. And again, we will discuss the possibility tonight of a compromise plan that would further reduce that number to 928 units. Go to page 8, the hot topics of every council meeting as it relates to appeals: drainage and traffic. Take a look at item 8. There's a drainage excerpt from the staff report that confirms we have already submitted a drainage study to your staff, and I quote,
The study has been reviewed by STP staff and appears to conform to STP hydrologic analysis and fill ordinances. The staff report also goes on to confirm that the property is developed or located in flood zone X, that's a non-flood zone, and it is not in a parish-determined critical drainage area. So there's no fill mitigation requirements at this site. If you'll take a look at page 9, you will see an excerpt from the staff report as to traffic. This developer has already submitted a preliminary traffic study in connection with this PUD, and it has been approved by the staff. I've given you a quote that is directly from the staff report in that regard. A couple other important points that I don't want to leave out. Our drainage consists of approximately 33 acres of ponds, a series of 8 ponds. Your runoff reduction requirements require that post-development flows be 25% less than pre-development flows. How many times have you heard me and others say that from the podium? Guess what the Honeybee drainage plan does? The one that's been approved by parish staff. It reduces the rate of runoff by 38%. That is a 50% increase to the standard that you have in your law. Again, consistent with some of the themes we talked about earlier this evening. Solutions. In this instance, the developer has already taken steps to suggest what those solutions might be. With regard to traffic, even though we've received approval for our preliminary traffic study, we understand that DOTD will ultimately determine what other traffic improvements may be needed along 190, and we fully understand that whatever they say, we're going to have to do, because we want it to work, we have the expertise to make it work, and we have the capital investment to assure you that it will work. I would also at this time like you to look at the 3 plats that I gave you. They're paper clipped together, and these 3 plats are very important as we close this evening. Hopefully the first one on your stack at the very top says TND-2, and it shows a total of 1,794 units. And it gives you an idea under the current zoning what the developer has the right to do once his plan is approved and the Planning Commission approves the infrastructure. Notice that the dark gray areas are the multifamily areas, sort of in the core of the project. If you will then go to the second sheet, you will see that is the PUD plan that the Zoning Commission denied, and it consisted of 962 units. However, now let's spend some time on the third sheet. And the third sheet is what I referred to as a condition plan. And thanks to the willingness of Councilman Drum to at least listen to the possibility of perhaps doing the PUD differently and doing it better, we suggest that you as a body consider this plan, which eliminates all 35, 30, and 25-foot lots. In fact, increases the number of 60-foot lots to 250, and now includes a 70-foot wide lot variety. In addition to that, we have reduced the lot count from 962 to 928. We've kept all the large lots around the perimeter, and we believe that this plan is both efficient, effective, and again, is much, much better than the TND2 possibility. In closing, what I would like to ask you to consider this evening is an override of the Zoning Commission recommendation or denial of the proposed PUD. I would like you to consider an approval of the proposed A4A underlying zoning and the PUD with conditions that would allow 928 units as shown on the third plan that we've shown you this evening. Those are all of my comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shane.
How much time do we have? 0? Okay. Okay, Mr. Shane,
let me just ask you this. We have three people in the audience, okay? Excuse me. Yeah, we have three people in the audience, okay, that wish to speak. Do you want to give each one of them a certain amount of time because you're into your rebuttal?
If I could.
Sure.
If you could identify those three people, because I have a large group that's here tonight in support of my project, and if they are in fact a part of that group, it would be easier for me to make that decision.
Okay.
Would you mind just calling their names?
Not at all.
Yes, sir.
Kyle Cruster.
You're with? Okay.
Darius Mims. Not here.
I don't believe the gentleman's here.
And Rhonda Hildebrand. Okay.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am. Just so Ms. Hildebrand.
No, sir, I
knows.
understand.
You just checked four. That's why we're yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. So, Mr. Shane, how would you like to handle Mr. Cruster?
Well, I have about 40 representatives outside of my client and its consultants, and I have about 25 or 30 in the room that are with me as well, all in support. I think because of the amount of time that you've provided us, if they're okay, I'd like to keep that time and use it in rebuttal.
Okay, certainly.
Is that okay with y'all?
That's
Thank
fine.
you, sir.
Okay, thank y'all. Okay, so wait,
May I have a question?
yes, sir.
When the television was on, they kept showing the flyover, and I was hoping that they would show the actual diagram, the drawings.
Okay.
And since it wasn't shown, I would like to, if allowed, pass what we were given out to the people so they can pass it around and also get an idea of what it is.
Mr. Shane?
Is that all right?
With all due respect, yes, sir, we have it. We have the plan, and we can put it on the screen.
Could you do that, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
We had
Mr.
planned
Drum.
to do that, and we just didn't have enough time, but good idea.
When your time comes up.
No, we can do it now.
Wait, Mr. Drum. So let me just ask.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shane, you need about a minute for this? I'm talking about of actual time.
No, sir, I need no time. We're just going to put the plan up on the screen as Mr. Drum has requested.
Okay, and you're good with that, Mr. Drum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
I
Thank
just
you.
want the people to see.
I'm missing a card.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you'd like the 928 unit? Okay. We put them up alternatively?
Oh, okay.
Well, we can put one up and then put the other.
Yeah, it's,
Split screen, will you be able to see?
Working on it.
Side by
Mr.
side?
Drum, how would you prefer?
We're going to try.
What's that?
They can proceed while I'm waiting.
Would you like to let the speakers proceed while? Okay.
Please, Mr. Shane. Yes. Yes. He simply, we're trying to load this up, that's all. And we're coming to the opposition. Mr. Drum, are you okay with me proceeding while they're fixing this? Okay, there we go. Mr. Mark O'Brien?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for Mr. Domingue to go first, please, and if I could follow him.
Okay, I have him second. That's fine. Mr. Lee Domingue? Mr. Domingue, I refer to Mr. Benson as Mr. Benson and then Dr. Benson. Do you prefer to be Dr. Domingue?
You may call me whatever you like. I don't care.
Thank you. Well, wait a minute.
I'm a retired emergency physician, so we're used to being called lots of things. Thank you for having me tonight. Obviously, my name is Lee Domingue. I live at 34057 Bayou Liberty Road. This is an interesting presentation, and it's a very slick video aid that we've just seen. But in fact, in my mind, it's not graceful. I think it's actually, it borders on being offensive. It looks like Army barracks. If you take a quick look at it, this is not the type of development that we should be looking for anywhere in St. Tammany. And the truth is, I'm not here to dish the developer here, whether it's D.R. Hortman or anyone else, but it does strike me as something that's not quite what we're looking for going forward or even in the past. The truth is A4A is the most dense development for single-family, pure single-family district zoning in St. Tammany Parish. A4A is 6 houses or units per acre. Now, that requires there be 60 feet of lot width per unit in A4A. When you put a PUD on top of this, and we discussed this ad infinitum at the last discussion on moratoriums, you place a PUD on top of A4A, and there is no lot limitation in terms of how small it can be. It can go down to 30 feet wide, which, by the way, the initial presentation by this developer had many lots that were 30 foot wide. They revised that to 34, then to 40, and now there's a more recent revision. It still looks pathetically bad to me. Nonetheless, understand, too, that PUDs, unfortunately, have been demonized, for lack of a better word, in St. Tammany Parish because we allowed it to happen. And that could be because of the wording in the ordinance, I'm not sure. But in fact is, the PUDs, if we use them today in St. Tammany, it just benefits the developer, not the residents, not the residents in the vicinity around it or anyone downstream. What is occurring on this property with this proposal is you're taking 275 acres of land, granted, that is currently zoned TND2, which unfortunately is not what we want. It should have been A2, but given what we have, they want to take this, convert it to an A4A PUD, and on this property, on this 275 acres, 211 acres are jurisdictional wetlands. That's not in dispute. That's information being provided by the engineer for Horton. And we concur. That's 77% of this land. That's unconscionable. How many wetland acres do we actually have in St. Tammany? Better yet, in all of southeast Louisiana, that we can throw away 211 acres for one development, where truly the developer makes all the profit, leaves the state, and we have to deal with the aftermath. And that's a problem. It's been a problem historically, which unfortunately is why we had that lengthy 3.5-hour discussion about moratoriums before the intermission. Anyway, the truth is, this is sensitive land. It's determined to be coastal, and granted, it's not a drainage area, but it is a sensitive area. In New Directions 2040, this property is designated as low-density development only. Low density by definition in New Directions 2040's definition is 1 house per acre. Guess what? That's what all the surrounding area is. All the subdivisions in this vicinity are A2, 1 house per acre. That tells you something. I like the idea of what 2040 is doing, and even though it's not been voted on by planning and zoning, even though it's not accepted yet, they've done enough research, as has done, by the way, the planning department, the planning staff for planning and zoning. They have researched this, and I'm not going to go through all the details of what they reported. You probably have read their report, or at least their analysis. I think it's damning. There are at least a half dozen valid points zoning staff has said over and over as to why we should not consider this zoning request. Now, they don't say don't do it or do it, but they'll give you this information. You don't have to read between the lines. I think the zoning report tells it all. Now, I'm not going to go into any more detail. If you have any particular questions, I'll be happy to address those too. The fact of the matter is, though, not only did zoning staff not give this a good report to go forward with rezoning, but the zoning commissioners overwhelmingly voted against it. Obviously, they had a reason to do that. We concurred with that. We were there when they did vote many months ago, past all the postponements we've had, which, by the way, only benefits the developer here. But we're willing to accept all that. We understand the reasons why you had to postpone this, and we get it. Those are things that happen. But if this goes forward, if this project goes forward, and I'm not going to discuss all the litany of details as to why it's a bad idea, and involving traffic and drainage and everything else, I'm hoping other people do that, and I'm a short circuit my time just to get there. But understand, this thing affects multiple communities in the area, at least a dozen subdivisions and homeowner groups. Everybody downstream, 3 watersheds are affected. Liberty, Bayou Paquet, and Bayou Lacombe. I mean, we're talking about thousands of residents who are going to ultimately incur the wrath of water runoff, which now, hopefully, is being absorbed, kept on the property, held, and filtered as the property exists. Done very well, by the way, by God, because of wetlands. We ought to consider not doing this kind of development in a sensitive area. Now, the last thing is I want to talk about something that our opponent commented about. Oh, how great the A4A is with a PUD as opposed to a TND. And I'm not going to go back and to talk about the A4A PUD, because you all know I think A4A should be eliminated from the lexicon of St. Tammany Parish. I think PUDs should never exist anywhere in here. I think TNDs should not exist in St. Tammany Parish. But we're dealing with that now, and I get it. Therefore, it comes to pass, which one's worse? We don't have any good suggestions here in terms of our choices, right? We get it. The TND is not a good choice. The A4A PUD is a much worse choice, and I'm going to tell you why. Think about what a TND really is, a traditional neighborhood development. It is a neighborhood, a village, if you like, a small city. It's self-contained. It has everything. It has residents, and yeah, they could be multifamily residents. They could even be nursing homes, living centers, senior citizens, and apartments. All of that's allowed in a TND too. I grant you that. That means it'll probably be a little more dense, and I get that. But think about this. What about all of the other amenities that you should have in every TND? Commercial, restaurants. And we're not talking about drive-through restaurants. We're talking about bona fide restaurants. Banking. We could have flower shops, florists, hardware stores, and we can go on and on. All of these things should exist. Grocery stores, gas stations. All these should be existing in a TND. In addition, you have civic structures, churches, synagogues, fire stations, libraries, museums, any one of which should be available to the residents where they can actually walk or ride bicycles to and from the areas of civic as well as commercial entities in the town square, for example. The concept of a TND, very much like the concept of a PUD, is quite good. It's just that we can't let it deteriorate into something we really don't want. Therefore, I'm asking you on behalf of my group, the Bayou Liberty Association, which we represent 250 members, we say do not rezone this property. Don't go down that path because you're setting a precedent in a predominantly A2 area that is going to invite other developers to come before you after going before planning and zoning to request an A4A PUD. Terrible idea. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you listening to me and for your service.
Thank you, Dr. Domingue. Let's see. We have Mr. Dean Bourne. You have a request to speak?
Just going to relate what Mr. Lee said.
I'm sorry. I know you're having a hard time speaking. Who do we want to go to? Mr. Bryan? Oh, no.
You just wanted to reaffirm.
Yeah, I'm just reaffirming what he said.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Bryan.
No, that's okay, Mr. Chairman. Before you start the clock, I would take this moment to thank the council for maintaining their composure and professionalism during the previous discussions. So,
well, thank you.
All right. My name is Mark Bryan, 31245 Cypress Street, Lacombe. Ladies and gentlemen of the Parish Council, I'm speaking on behalf of the concerned citizens of Lacombe and many of the residents living in the Highway 190 corridor affected by this development. Allowing this tract to be rezoned as A4A will allow the highest single-family residential density available in the Unified Development Code, 6 units per acre, which is a much higher zoning density than the largely undeveloped land to the north and west, and would establish an unwelcome precedent for future zoning requests. If approved with the requested PUD overlay, this would allow immediate high-density development of 962 home sites according to a development plan that stretches to meet the absolute minimum PUD benefit requirements for future residents. Some staff note comments. A large majority of the green space provided is comprised of easements, servitudes, and buffers, therefore does not meet the intent of PUD requirements. The open space areas do not provide enough active recreation to meet the purpose of a PUD and does not provide enough public benefit to negate the site and structure provisions that a typical subdivision would need to follow. This development is not of a higher quality than would be possible under the regulations otherwise applicable to the property. Area drainage and roadway infrastructure is already strained to support existing legacy homeowners and subdivisions. The adjacent neighborhoods already have drainage issues resulting in significant property and street flooding. Just west of this proposed development, water regularly flows across portions of North Tranquility Road, with flooding at the intersection with Highway 190. To the east, residents of Oak Manor regularly experience street flooding. 212 acres of this tract are jurisdictional wetlands, for which the plan is to purchase mitigation credits somewhere else. This developer plans to clear cut 261 acres, which will directly increase runoff. Only 14 acres will be left undisturbed. Highway 190 in this area is largely unimproved with 2 lanes. This proposed subdivision alone would add approximately 8,346 additional vehicle trips. A new development nearby will also contribute 1,600 new vehicle trips for a total of almost 10,000 vehicle trips a day on this section of 190. From staff notes, the proposed density for this development is above the existing density in a majority of the surrounding area. Staff has determined that the proposal for 962 homes could create negative impacts on traffic, drainage, and safety. I fail to recognize a compelling reason for the council to overturn the zoning commission's decision to deny the zoning request, and I would respectfully request you to acknowledge and support resident concerns by voting against the Honeybee rezoning appeal. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Prime. Okay, so we're down to rebuttal and rebuttal time, okay? Let me just first of all say over here, I've got about 15 cards, okay, of people, and I got to go to Miss Hildebrand first because I've been calling her name to everything. But we have about 15 cards. That's going to be tough with 5 minutes of rebuttal. I don't know if all y'all are connected in some way, or we have leadership in here. Yes, sir.
I live back there. I think I should be able to speak.
What? Come on up here, sir. Wait. Come on up. Yes, sir.
You know, this is an issue of high concern to many people in the audience. Perhaps I could respectfully suggest that we expand the time a little bit.
5 minutes, 5 more minutes, I agree.
Yeah, because we're going to be here late anyway, so what the heck? Yeah.
Okay, wait. First of all,
Enlarge the time.
excuse me one second. Mr. Toledano, I need you to
sorry,
ask to
I
be
thought you asked a
heard
question.
first. I got the man walking up.
I thought you asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Okay, excuse me, sir. I'm not going to use any time against you. Oh, and who are you, may I?
My name is Bennett Harris.
Bennett Harris.
I live on the back of the Honeybee Road. All
Okay.
the way last house on the street,
Okay.
okay?
Yes, sir.
The little presentation that he showed looks like a glorified project.
Okay, but wait,
Okay.
wait, sir. Hold on one second.
Okay.
You're opposed to this.
I'm opposed to
Okay, I'm trying to find,
Bennett Harris.
okay, I have your speaker card, okay? And do me a favor, I'm going to call on you. We're going to have an extra 5 minutes on this side and this side, okay? And 5 minutes of rebuttal. Okay? Does the council agree with the motion or the request by Mr. Toledano and Mr. Candelet? Mr. Drum, do you agree? Okay.
Mind if I you have some input?
Okay, Mr. Shane. So on your end, it's obviously the will of the council that we increase this in time. Not rebuttal, but on the presentation time. You'll have 5 extra minutes because you're into rebuttal. The other side will have 5 extra minutes, and then you'll each have 5 minutes rebuttal. Okay. Are you okay with that?
I certainly have to be okay with it, but I don't understand why we establish rules and the developer conforms with the rules.
Mm-hmm.
I asked some of the people that turned in cards not to speak so that we could meet the rules. And the first thing that came, I believe, was that we were going to give 5 more minutes.
No. Wait.
I understand what you
Yeah,
said now.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's what came out first.
From me?
But it doesn't matter. I misunderstood.
Okay.
We are happy to proceed in any manner the council sees fit.
Just so it's clear, I'll propose for both sides. If I didn't articulate that correctly, that's my fault, but I certainly wouldn't disfavor one side over the other. So it was 5 minutes for each side, Mr. Bender.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Toledano. So all I'm asking is, though, is that whoever on the council wants to speak, please notify me first before we get into throwing out, I want to make a motion for this. We don't need a motion for this. We just need to simply bring it up, and then we'll go through it. Remember, I told just about everybody in this group that it was going to be 13 minutes before the meeting. I never have a problem with letting people have more time if, in fact, they've come here, they've spent their time on both sides. And we're going to be leaving out some of your people, Mr. Shane. I just ask that we follow some decorum with this. That's all. So, Mr. Shane, any of you or your people can speak another 5 minutes. If I said it was only them, I apologize.
I misunderstood. I said that was on me. So what we're now going to do is have 5 minutes from us.
Yes.
5 minutes from them.
Yep.
5 minutes from us.
A rebuttal.
5 minutes from them.
Yeah.
Do I have that right? We're happy to proceed any way you want.
Okay. So, sir, please go ahead and have a seat. You're going to be called on, sir. I mean it. We're going to be calling on you, okay? Mr. Shane, are you ready, sir? Do you want me to go through those cards again for you? You know. Okay. Thank you. Do you want this back on the screen?
Whatever Mr. Drum would like would be fine with me. Yes, sir. I mean, whatever that'd be fine. That we can leave.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the confusion. I just wasn't sure what I was supposed to do, but I understand now.
That's on us, Mr. Shane.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I think what I'd like to do now is focus my comments on some of the things that you heard from the other speakers after I made my presentation. First of all, please understand that this property is not surrounded only by A2 zone property. In fact, this property, 275 acres, is part of an approximate 750-acre nucleus of TND2, and that TND2 zoning was a result of the 2009 comprehensive zoning plan by the Parish Council. Yes, there's certainly A2 in the area, but if you look directly abutting on the east and on the south, this is a large chunk of TND2. Why is that important? Well, when Dr. Domingue talks about A4A being 6 units per acre, he's absolutely correct. But what you have to take into consideration is not the other zones in the code. This property is zone TND2. I will repeat what the staff report said and what Mr. Liner's recent memo, item 3 in your packet, states. A TND2 will allow 8 units per acre single family and 40 units per acre multifamily. That is what you are dealing with. We don't have a property that's A1, A2, A3, A4, and that I'm asking to do an A4A PUD. With regard to wetlands, yes, there are wetlands on site. They're low-quality wetlands, but that doesn't mean they're not respected. But I will tell you that I can't remember a project that has come to you of any significance in any part of this parish that doesn't have some amount of wetlands, and we fully understand that we have to go to the Corps of Engineers, seek a permit. There's an incredible public comment opportunity for everyone to weigh in on whether or not they think it's appropriate for the wetlands permit to issue. And then if in fact the Corps sees fit to issue that wetlands permit, that is another regulatory hurdle that we must accomplish. We acknowledge that. But that's not a prohibition to the property being zoned. That same wetlands is there if it's TND2. And no matter who uses or develops this piece of property, they're going to have to go to the Corps to get a permit. I read the staff report a little differently than Dr. Domingue. I gave you excerpts. Granted, I picked them, but I also gave you the full reports. Look at items 9, 10, and 11 in your packet. But I gave you excerpts on drainage, on traffic, and on density. We don't have the time, but quite frankly, I don't need to read to you verbatim. You can read well. That's why I gave it to you. It is crystal clear. This developer did his homework up front, and he got the approval of staff that he thought we could get at this juncture of the process. I find it incredibly interesting that there is a drainage concern when in fact the rate of runoff is being reduced by 38%. That is 50% more than your code requires. 32 acres of ponds. This is not going to flood or ruin the watershed on the south side of 190. Just to the contrary, we think it's actually going to help. I would also go on to say that if you look at the TND2, and I understood Dr. Domingue to suggest this property should be developed as a TND2. Well, if so, it seems to me that's a validation based on the staff report and Mr. Liner's memo of 1,794 units, 897 multifamily units, over 17,500 trips per day, vehicles. Incredible consequences. My client doesn't want that. We want to downsize. We want to downzone. Remember the Weiner cases last month? 5 of them that you heard? The central thesis of that project was to downsize, to downzone. I think I remember Mr. Canulet saying that anytime you have a chance to downsize, you need to look long and hard at it, because maybe it's a good opportunity. I would only ask that as you consider this evening, make sure you look at the reality of this situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Okay, who's going to decide who's going to, excuse me, never mind. Mr. Harris, you're up, sir.
Okay, thank y'all for letting me speak.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have a few concerns because I live back there.
Okay.
Okay. About a block east of Honeybee Road is a natural gas pipeline. They're planning on building where you see those pink buildings. That's on a pipeline. Those big ponds that they were showing you with the flowing wells, they got to go deep for that flowing well. Okay? We're all on shallow wells back there. What's going to happen to our water? Okay? These people, they showed these buildings. I grew up in Chicago. Those look like the Marion Jones projects to me. Okay, I moved down here to get out of the city life. We live in rural Slidell. There is no city water. There is wells. Everybody have their individual wells. The ones that's grandfathered in have septic tanks. A few of us have treatment plants. When these people come in there with, you might as well say 1,000 houses, it's gonna just deteriorate everything around them. To the north side, we're gonna flood. We already flood. They say it's gonna drain out the Bayou Paquet. There is no Bayou Paquet over there. It's a ditch about wide as this podium. Not no Bayou Paquet. And when they go down in that ground, my brother is a contractor, built a lot of Slidell, Lacombe, Covington, New Orleans, and the airport. When they go down there to get that deep water well, all of us people on shallow well, where are we gonna get our water from? On the other side of Slidell by Cross Gates, those people are getting dirty water because they have built up that area so much. These, y'all call them PUDs, I call them projects. Basically, because that's what they are. When you start putting people up on top of each other like that, you're gonna have not only traffic, not only crime, but you're gonna take away our way of life. Right now, we are. When I moved down here in '83, I had to have an acre to put my home on. And if they're gonna do something, they need to put it on an acre. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Towers. Ma'am, do you have to stand there to hold that up? Is that what you're worried about? You worried that it's going to fall. I'm watching your hand holding it. Yeah, we're not trying to get you out of the way. We were just wondering, were you getting tired?
I sat for 3 hours. I'm good.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. How much time? 1:48. Miss Rhonda Hildebrand.
Thank you for listening to me. I want to say one thing. I live in Briar Lake, which is off of 190. I've been there 27 years, and I moved from the city to be over here with the trees and all the beauty of this area. One of the things that's going to happen, you're going to take down all those trees. All that wildlife is going to go where? So as a result, we're going to have more and more problems with climate control. So, and then another thing, this has nothing to do with trees, emergency equipment. People coming in, ambulance, fire, police. How long before they get to my house? Because I know how long it took for the ambulance to get to my house when my husband died. And I can't imagine what it's going to be like when we build this with all these cars. And he can say, oh, he reduced it. He reduced it only by 42 homes. Come on. There's still going to be a lot of cars, a lot of traffic, a lot of flooding. I don't know what he's thinking, but you know what? I think we should put it in his backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. David Colomb. Okay. Miss Carol Fowler.
Hi, I live on Cypress Street in Lacombe, not far from Honeybee. I concur with the previous people that spoke, and I am totally against your overriding the denial. I'd like you to approve. what the zoning commission initially approved. The main reason I'm up here, I didn't mean to take any time at all, but I didn't hear Mr. Shane mention anything about civic and community services that would be provided in a TND2. He only mentioned the number of homes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, we're into 5 minutes of rebuttal. Mr. Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, in response to some of the more recent comments, as you look at the PUD plan, the 928-unit plan, you can see the gas line running north to south. We're very aware of that. We're going to work around it, and we've in fact made it a green space. It is a part of the green space area. In fact, it's a perfect opportunity to use that servitude area for open green space that will butt up to the backyards of some of these homes. With regard to water wells, the state requires that we have 2 water wells. They're approved by both LDH and DHH. A typical domestic water well might be 100 feet or so in depth. I don't know exactly what the water table is there, but it's going to be in that range. You know what the water table, the depth of the 2 water wells are for this project? 2,500 feet. There is no way that these water wells are going to any way interfere with other people's drinking water supply. It's a chicken and the egg. It's 2 different items altogether. This property has 100 years of being timberland owned by the Portavant family. If you've been on it, and I realize you probably haven't been, but other than the canopy of trees around the perimeter, it's cut over property. Take my word, my wife's tired of me driving over there on Sundays to look at it. There's nothing wrong with cut over property, but I can tell you one thing. When you develop it properly as a PUD and you have 25% or more green space and you plant hardwoods and you have irrigation and you have water features, it can be a beautiful amenity. And that's what Horton's history is, and that's what Horton plans to do here. With regard to Honeybee Road, concerns about access and emergencies. Today, Honeybee Road has an 18-foot wide road surface with 2 ditches that have to be no more than a foot or 2 off the side of each asphalt. What will this project do? Honeybee Road will be rebuilt into a 27-foot wide road surface with subsurface drainage and with greenways and landscaping down each side. You probably saw it on the flyover that I gave you. With regard to the TND2 plan that I gave you that you have before, it has a civic, commercial, an amenity component of about 10 acres. It's right in the center of the project. You can see it. I might likewise add that much of that same component is also in that 928 PUD plan that you're looking at, because we want the people of the Honeybee PUD to have an opportunity to recreate, congregate, and have even some limited civic opportunities. We have designated a site on the corner that's available for public consumption, meaning if it needs to be a fire station, a police station, a library, a museum, we're going to donate the land. So we've thought of that. And we want to do that to not only enrich our community, but to also provide a cultural resource for the people that live in the region. It's my feeling after listening to everything this evening that there's one inevitable conclusion about Honeybee. It's going to be a high-density development. That's by nature because of the current zoning. You can live in the world of wish and hope that there would be a Disneyland constructed there, or we can really look at reality as to a TND2 and what a PUD might provide. So I'm going to suggest to you that a night where we talked about problems and solutions, perhaps the problem is the TND2, because a motion to concur will increase density by nearly 50% to 1,794 units. A motion to concur will decrease lot widths and lot areas. A motion to concur will mandate the addition of 797 multifamily units. A motion to concur will double the number of traffic trips each day from this project. A motion to override and allow a PUD plan with conditions of the 1,928 unit plan that I provided to you, decreases density by nearly 50%, increases lot widths and lot areas, eliminates multifamily components altogether, and decreases the traffic count to about 8,200 per day. So it seems to me that if we're in the world of reality and we have a problem and we're looking for a solution, the Honeybee PUD with conditions, the 928 unit plan, is one that we respectfully request that you consider by virtue of a motion to override. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Bryan and Mr. Domingue, because to be fair to the people that, come on up, Dr. Domingue and Mr. Bryan, are you, can I consider two of y'all, yes, this gentleman shaking his head, yes, kind of the leadership of this situation?
We're the mouthpieces, I guess, sir.
Okay, so here's the only thing you need to tell me, is you have 5 minutes of rebuttal time, and I have about 8 speaker cards that have not spoken. However, no, rebuttal time, as you know, there's a reason for rebuttal time. But you got 5 minutes of speaker time. Y'all decide what you want to do.
Yeah, I would like to go ahead and proceed with the rebuttal, Mr. Chairman, if possible.
Thank you.
I will make this very brief. And yes, in answer to Mr. Shane's question, I do support and approve the TND2 over the A4A PUD. I would rather see that develop as long as it's developed correctly. And we would rely on St. Tammany Parish and specifically planning and development to make certain that all of those amenities, both commercial and civic, do exist, along with the proper parking for all those facilities. And TNDs also includes parks and recreational area, plazas. Once again, it's self-contained. If it works the way it's supposed to work, if we make certain that they are held to their feet to the fire and that it's developed properly, I think it's something that's intriguing. Do I like the fact that it's a TND2? Absolutely not. I get that. We all understand that. But we're dealing with what's there. What we don't want to do is create a precedent to develop A4A PUDs in that area for other people going forward. Thank you very much for your time again.
Thank you, Dr. Domingue.
One quick thing.
Yes, sir.
I didn't mention this, and we should probably bring it up, but there is supposedly, in fact, I've read it, there is a restrictive covenant on the TND that I've read several times. I'm not an attorney, but it limits the commercial development on that property. It's possible that the developer wants to change this parcel of land to an A4A PUD because developing the TND may be a difficult problem for them, legally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bryan? I'm saying, do you wish to speak with?
No, sir, I don't have any more comments to add.
Okay, so do you want me to go to one of your speaker cards? Okay. Mr. David El Ghazabal. Yes, yes, sir.
I'll be really brief. Mr. Shane says they're allowed to bring in fill. They're going to bring in a lot because if you look at the plan, they have Bayou Paquet filled with dirt. There's a pipe there. It's going to be in a pipe. I mean, they're bringing up so much fill that the legacy homeowners, what's going to happen to them that live behind the subdivision? Where's that water going to run behind? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ronald Martin.
Oh, I'm not going to take long. You know, drainage, everybody's talking about drainage and they're talking about the Bayou Paquet watershed. I don't know if anybody's been out there, but the Bayou Paquet watershed on the south side is, you can't even see a ditch. And where does that water go when it hits the railroad tracks where the trace is at now? That's like a dam. That was a railroad along there. You know, a lot of people moved over here to the parish from other places. We don't want New Orleans East coming over here. Thank you.
Mr. Jerry Carroll?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Been living here for 40 years. These are out-of-town developers. They're going to come rape our parish for its land. It's a target-rich environment. If you look up new home heartbreaks on the internet, you will see a lot of people are dissatisfied with Horton Homes. A lot of structural problems, a lot of lawsuits. He said it was $400 million a year in lawsuits. They're going to clear cut 275 acres, lion's share of that wetlands. One oak tree takes water out of the ground, transpiration rate, 40,000 gallons a year. 1 acre of pine forest absorbs up to 4.9 tons of CO2 annually. That's going away. Our way of life is changing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jimmy Broadwell? Oh, okay. Mr. Alan Case?
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Alan Case. I live at 123 Magnolia Bend in Slidell. And I'm coming here on behalf of the Bayou Liberty Association, but also as a resident and business owner. My family and I have had an insurance business in Slidell for the past 120 years, and in our time in the business, we have seen the impacts of flood in our area. And I can tell you that this location for this development is not a good location. It's just not, it's not appropriate for this. And I understand that the TND2 may seem like it could be a poorer choice. However, there's a lot of barriers to entry to have a TND2. And if I had to choose, being a young person, and the opportunity to have a development that comes in with a lot of interesting civic and opportunities and things to do, I think I would choose that. It's at least more diverse and potentially could have better economic impact on the community than it would otherwise. So I respectfully ask that you understand this development is not right for our area. Appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Okay, Mr. Drum, do you want to speak first? Okay. Mr. Drum.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to ask, are we just discussing number 3 and 4, or just 3? Or how are we doing this, please?
Okay, so the discussion has been on both.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
But when it comes time for a motion,
Yes.
whatever the motion is, it's got to be on number 3.
Okay.
That's got to be done, and then depending, number 4.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So the discussion's on both.
Okay. First off, and I'm not going to take 20 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk about talking too much. Mr. Stefancic died on a Monday, and on Thursday they swore me in to take his place. And this hit me in the face. First thing, first phone call, what are you going to do about honeybee? And I sit right here in front of you now with a headache. My neck is tight. My jaw is tight because that's all I've discussed and talked about and dreamt about for the last 5 months. This has been a very difficult situation to deal with. I've spoken to both sides numerous times. I have gone to VFW halls and spoken with people. I've been to people's houses. I've been to engineer offices. I've been to Mr. Shane's office. It is very nerve-wracking. My wife says I've been doing all right, but that's because I take a lot of pills. Either way this goes, so 275 acres of trees are going to go away. 225 acres, approximately, of wetlands is going to go away. Something's going to be built there. You're going to have either 1,794 homes, or you can have 928 homes. You can have 17,000 cars, or you can have 8,000 cars. You're worried about the school with the kids. It's a lot better to have only 8,000 cars to deal with versus 17,000. But I'm here for the people. I'm not here for D.A. Harden. I'm here for the people. And it has been a very tough, until 5 minutes before I left the house to be here, I didn't know where I was going. And it was nerve-wracking. But I made a decision, and as soon as I did that, the clouds lifted and I could see again. And so my decision, if you want to call it that way, is I moved to concur with the St. Tammany Parish Commission to deny and thereby to deny the request for change of the zoning from change it from a TND2 to an A4A.
Okay. We have that motion on the floor. Mr. Davis, you're in here to speak.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, please. Jeff? So I do understand about the density increases from the TND2 and stuff, and this number 1794, you said you got that number from the planning department?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
By confirmation of the methodology.
Okay.
Of the arithmetic.
Gotcha.
The item 3 in your packet.
Right.
Confirms that the appropriate calculation is 8 units and 40 units for the multifamily.
Okay. And did they see this conceptual TND2 design and approve it, basically give you some sort of approval on it?
Yes. I don't have it handy as I thought, but yes, what we presented to the if you want, I can find it, but it's going to take more time. What we presented, though, was the first step of getting a TND2 plan approved is to submit a bubble or conceptual plan. We conferred with Mr. Liner. He agreed that that was the appropriate plan to submit. So to answer your question, we submitted a TND2 conceptual bubble plan that showed the amount of acreage for each component, whether it was commercial, civic, amenity, whether it was single family or multifamily. And we showed the number of units that we thought we could do, because I didn't want to get into a discussion this evening where someone questioned my arithmetic.
Okay. It's just that we've never had a TND2 here in the parish. This would be the first. So
There is no constructed TND2
That's
project in St. Tammany Parish.
now, I'm very familiar with TND2s. No, Terabella is a PUD.
TND1.
I believe Tarabella's a PUD.
It's a PUD,
Oh, it's a PUD?
yes.
Mr. Liner here,
Yeah.
isn't that correct?
Yes.
There is no constructed
That's
TND2 in
correct.
this parish.
That's correct. Thank you for knowing that. Now, I'm very familiar with TNDs. My daughter lived at River Ranch for several years. And I kind of know the layout of how TND is supposed to be designed. I just question a little bit about your inner city area here with commercialization and stuff. I mean, there's some TNDs that have rouses in them, have different, matter of fact, I believe D.R. Horton has one with a rouses in it. I believe I recall reading a 50,000 square foot rouses in one of them. So I just question if this conceptual will be properly accepted by the planning department, but either so.
May I comment?
Yeah.
There is no requirement in the TND2 ordinance as it relates to the amount of acreage or square footage for the commercial, civic, or amenity component.
Right. But
So there's no scale.
Right.
And Mr. Lanner, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it certainly alludes to the fact that to have a TND2, you have to have those components. But there's no requirement with regard to how big it is.
Right. No, I agree. Again, that's another one of the UDCs that they're going to have to change, obviously. But again, that's a moot point now. Just by looking at this thing and of course, my experience on the P&Z and stuff like that, do I actually feel compelled to change the TND2 to a PUD and an A4A, which is the highest zoning density for single-family use? I can't actually say I feel compelled to do that. So I'm going to second a motion by Councilman Drum.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Does any council member wish to ask a question of any side? Seeing none, please vote. Excuse me. So we're voting on only appeal number 3, okay? And the motion is to concur with the zoning denial and a second. Please vote. Yeah.
The motion passes with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
Okay, Mr. Drum, you need the adoption of a resolution, so I need a motion. And Mr. Canulet, I'll come back to you, too. Mr. Canulet seconds. Please vote on the resolution.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, Mr. Drum, do you wish to move on item 4? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Drum.
Oh, okay. Now, I truly, in my heart, think that I did the best I could do to try to make this as less destructive as possible for the parish. I sat and I tried to get Mr. Jeff Shane to go with A2. He couldn't do that. A3, couldn't do that. A4, couldn't do that. But I kept pushing. So we got down to A4A, and we started to negotiate even more, and we got down to 928 homes versus 1,700. And to me, that is a good number, you know. And so I was saying, man, the people have got to be happy with this because I've worked really hard, had a lot of headaches, and I've been doing my best, what was best for what I thought the parish needed. However, the people spoke and sent me a 5.5-inch thick binder, or gave me a binder, 5.5 inches thick with letters and emails saying, we don't want the overlay. We want the TND2. And I sat there and I'm trying to think, and this is what I thought. If we put a TND2 there and we put a 50-foot lot with a back fence and an apartment right behind it, who's going to want to keep their windows open so that person in the apartment can look down inside their house with a binocular, right? Who's going to want to have their young 14-year-old daughter sit outside in a bathing suit when you got some person staring at them off a balcony? But the people said they wanted the TND2. And so I said, we will give them what they want. And so I move to concur with the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission denial and thereby deny the request for A4A and PUD overlay zoning for the 275.33 acres.
Okay, motion by Mr. Drum to concur with the zoning denial, and seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Do any council members wish to speak or have any questions? Please vote.
The motion passes with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Mr. Drum, need a motion on a resolution. Motion by Mr. Drum on the resolution, seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Please vote on the resolution. Thank you. I'm all over the place.
And I just gave my reason.
Wow.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay. Thanks to everyone for coming. Okay. Did I already? I didn't go to Mr. Frizzell because there's people that want to speak.
We did Mr. Frizzell. We did the adoption of resolution number 6.
We already did Mr. Frizzell?
We did, yeah. Mr. Frizzell was not here, so Dave made the motion to concur, and we did the resolution.
Okay. Council. Excuse me, so I got it. You just have to wait a second. You just got it. Excuse me, to the crowd, can you please exit the building if you're not here for the remaining items? All right. The last item on appeals is item number 6, Charles E. LaRose, appealing the Zoning Commission approval on February 1st, 2022 to rezone 10 acres located on the north side of Hellenberg Road, east of Highway 190 Service Road, Covington A3, Suburban District, A4 Single Family Residential District, and NCI Professional Office District to A4A Single Family Residential District, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. LaRose? Okay, so, sir, you realize that as the appellant, you have 10 minutes total time and 5 minutes for rebuttal. Excuse me, 3 minutes for rebuttal. My mistake. Okay? I'm sorry.
First of all, thank y'all, the Parish taking my appeal, and I'm here tonight to speak, not just for one development, but I'm here to speak for Hidden Springs, Kings Forest, Covington Meadows, and Thelma Estates. We really feel like to change the zoning was the first step in getting exactly the same thing that just happened. A developer wants to come in on less than 8 acres and build 35 houses. The same problems that exist with the previous issues
exist in our little community also, right off of Hellenberg Road. We have drainage problems already during torrential rainstorms. Hellenberg takes on water. The little 18-inch ditch on each side of the highway cannot support the drainage properly. About 4 years ago, there was a fire in a residential house, 1 block off of Hellenberg. The fire department had to block Hellenberg for over 4 hours to run fire hoses to get the ample water to put that fire out. Okay. When it was brought up at the zoning commission meeting, the petitioner stated that his developer was going to build something compatible to the existing housings in the area. Kings Forest is adjacent to this parcel of property. They proposed to build 35 houses on the same footprint that Kings Forest has 25 houses on. And that's just some of the problems that we have. The lot sizes, they're just not compatible with anything in the area. We have those 4 developments I mentioned, and we also have private residence on Hellenberg. Using the same calculations the other people used with the vehicle traffic and all, if there was 35 houses, that's 70 cars, on an average of 2 cars a household, that's 70 cars in the morning and 70 cars in the evening that are all going to come to the same stop sign we have to use on frontage road to access 190. The infrastructure is just not there for that amount of housing. And if there ever is a definition of high density, building 35 houses on less than 8 acres is a pretty good definition of that. Thank you for your time, and I would really appreciate your consideration to reverse the zoning commission's ruling on that, because we do feel, like I said before, that is step 1 in getting this developer in there to overbuild on a small piece of property. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Turner?
Randall Turner, live at 224 Robin Hood in Kings Forest subdivision. The property that's being proposed for the zoning change is presently A3 zoning. Kings Forest is an A4 zoning. The present A4 zoning is different from when Kings Forest was built back in 1962. About 95% of the lots in Kings Forest are 75 feet wide by 155 feet wide, which is 11,625 square feet per lot. The proposed zoning for this property immediately adjacent to Kings Forest is A4A, which has been mentioned multiple times in the previous agenda item, that A4A is the highest density in the parish for single-family property. What he is proposing on that property is lots that are 100 feet wide, 60 feet wide by 120 feet wide, which is only 7,200 square feet per lot. Our lots immediately adjacent to that are 11,625. So the proposal is almost half the size on the lots that are immediately adjacent to Kings Forest. The present zoning of that property that's immediately adjacent to Kings Forest is A3, which has a minimum of 100-foot lot width, and but that's only two lots per acre, which is what the comprehensive zoning several years ago said is appropriate for that land. I don't think anyone in Kings Forest is opposed to this being a residential development, but not a residential development at an A4A, which is the highest density allowed for single family in this parish. What would be more appropriate, if it is a single family residential, is just A4, not A4A. And the A4 zoning is 90 feet wide by 120 feet length. It's 120-foot length because of where he has his road proposed. So that's the maximum lot depth on the 120 feet. That's 10,800 square feet per lot, which is still less than the Kings Forest square footage on our lots. But it's a lot more compatible than the A4A, significantly more. That's a 90-foot wide lot compared to our 75-foot wide lots. So the problem is density, and I don't know how many times density has been mentioned tonight since 6 p.m. But density is a problem, and density where Kings Forest is right now. Let me ask, is there another speaker card for this?
No, sir, nobody else wanted to speak.
I didn't want to use all the time. The present people who back up to this property are on 75-foot wide lots. If these 60-foot wide lots are allowed, some of these people could have 3 neighbors behind them, depending on how those lots would match up. If there was a 60-foot wide lot immediately behind them, they've also got parts of 2 other 60-foot wide lots. So it's just not compatible for here. So far, it's a 2-level zoning change, not just a 1-level zoning change from the present to this A4A, but a 2-level change. It's not right. It is not right. It's not appropriate for that location. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
I guess we'll go to Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. For the record, Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I represent North Store Investments, which is the prospective purchaser and developer of this property. With all due respect to the comments you've heard, you've only heard about half the story. Each of you should have gotten a letter from me dated February 17th that had a lot of maps and other matters attached to it. I assume that you have in your packet this evening the staff report that was given to the Zoning Commission. So I'd like to start there, if you will, and take a look at the zoning map. It's page 3 of my staff report. Perhaps it's still page 3 on yours, but I think it's important because what you haven't been told is that actually the property abutting Kings Forest is zoned A4. And take a look at the map with me. Granted, below that, there is a strip of A3, but more importantly, or equally importantly, there's at least 50% of this property that's currently zoned commercial. What is the significance of that? In wanting to develop a single-family residential subdivision, my client took a look at the current zoning of this 10 acres. It's not 8 acres, it's 10 acres. We took a look at the lot sizes and the zoning of the property to the north, Kings Forest, and we took a look at the lot sizes and zoning of the property to our south, which is on Slimmer Road. Interesting that no one tonight talked about the property to the south, or Slimmer Road. And I can't imagine why, but I think I have a pretty good idea. So the lots on the south side of this 10-acre tract are 50 feet wide, and they consist of both single-family and multifamily structures. The property on the north side, Kings Forest, a very nice subdivision, does have lots with 75-foot lots zoned A4. We picked a median lot width of 60 feet between, and I'm not suggesting it's arithmetically the precise midpoint of 75 and 50, but I'm going to go into that with you as well. We picked 60-foot lot widths. But why 60, Jeff? Why wasn't it 62 and a half or 65? Do you know what the lot width is for NC1? 50% of the property? It's 60 feet. We currently have the right to develop half of the property as 60-foot lots, commercial if we wanted, although we don't think commercial is the right land use, against the 50-foot lots that abut us to the south. So what my client opted to do was to come up with what we think is a good development plan. Hopefully that's in your packet. Take a look at it with me. It's a small subdivision, but we think it's a very nice subdivision. Notice that we went ahead and dedicated a green space, a park area in the front. We also put in a detention pond to make sure that we captured all the water on our site and would collect that water and obviously discharge it at a lesser rate. We then developed, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but the people are speaking and it's very difficult to concentrate. You could just ask them to hush up.
Could you please just let Mr. Strange speak so we can get through with this? Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm sure I'm tired just like everybody else, but I'm having trouble focusing. It's a very important point, though, that there was time and effort put into this plan. And we think that these 60 by 120-foot lots that have the green space component, the detention component, we have an access that will put us onto Hellenberg Road. We understand that as we go through the Planning Commission process, we're going to have to prove our way with traffic, with drainage, with sewer, with water. We'll have central sewer and water. And when I say prove our way, we've got to submit the necessary studies to show that we meet the ordinance. What's amazing to me is that I remember the case just to the west of this, where there's now a commercial car dealership under construction. And there was incredible disdain from everyone in the area about the commercialization of the property to the south. And for good reason. I understand it. We have half of our property zoned commercial already. We don't want to buck the trend. We want to include a well-developed, modern-day 35-lot subdivision. We believe that this development will encourage the redevelopment of the 50-foot lots on the south side of our subdivision. With all due respect to those properties, some of them are in neglect, and quite frankly, there could be a better environment there. I don't think that's being judgmental or subjective. I didn't say the people aren't fine people. That's not the point. But the point is that we have an opportunity to allow good, clean, green growth at a lot size and at a density that is right in line with what's north of us and what's south of us. So much so that when this matter went to the Zoning Commission, the staff made the conclusion, which I will read to you verbatim. A change in zoning will increase the allowable density where the property is currently zoned to accommodate residential uses, but decrease the allowable intensity where the property is currently zoned to accommodate commercial uses. It was staff's view that this request eliminated the intensity of commercial and allowed for the compatibility of residential, and that in fact this envelope fit between the A4 lot sizes to the north, lot widths of 75 feet, and the 50-foot multi-use residential lots to the south along Slimmer Road. How so? The Zoning Commission heard this case in January, I would guess a 30-minute or so discussion, and there were concerns by one of the commissioners that there were drainage issues that needed to be answered. The case was then postponed. Your staff investigated those drainage concerns at the request of the Zoning Commission member and brought back satisfactory answers to her so that when the case was reheard in February, the same story was told, but now we had confirmation from staff as it relates to drainage. And what was the result? In my view, a resounding result. 8 votes for and 3 votes against. Yes, it was an up zone to some extent. It was a down zone to some extent. But I think the idea was to try to get it right. Make sure that it remained residential so that it didn't hurt any of the neighbors to the north nor any of the neighbors to the south. I might also add that none of the traffic coming from this development will directly impact Kings Forest, other than to the extent, yes, we all share the same access road, but I don't want there to be some suggestion, because I realize all of you may not be familiar with the road configurations out there. It's not as if we're tying into Kings Forest, or for that matter, tying into Slimmer Road. We have a parish right-of-way that was created God knows when, that's never been opened, that we will have to get permission from the Planning Commission to open, that will provide the sole access to this property and allow us, of course, to get onto Hellenberg Road. So I think if you take a look again at what this developer has done at the zoning stage as it relates to thinking about green space so that people and children have an opportunity to stay within that 10-acre campus and recreate to some degree. If you think about the drainage, the detention pond not only shown, but the drainage inquiry that was raised by the zoning commissioner and was successfully answered by parish staff. If you take a look at the lot size that to me seems to fit neatly between Kings Forest and Slimmer Road. And maybe last but not least, staff said that the elimination of the intensity of commercial was worthwhile to allow for the development of residential. For those reasons, we respectfully request that you concur with the Zoning Commission recommendation to rezone the entirety of the property to A4A, to allow us then to go get all of the sophisticated studies that you require, and we will then embark on the Planning Commission process. I thank you for your time.
Yeah, is there anybody else that wants to speak on? Oh, okay, no other cards? Just rebuttal now? Or just 3 minutes. 3 minutes for rebuttal.
As per the figures on Mr. Schoen's paperwork, the map that we had for the last 3 months, the property is a total acreage of 9.88 acres. Of that, all these figures are right off of his drawings. Of that, 1.11 acres is, I presume, the retention pond and the green space, which equates to almost 4 houses, 3.75 houses per acre. We're not against developing this piece of property. We're just not in favor of putting 4 houses on 1 acre of property. That's it. And the access road, it does pass by a private residence that lives right on Hellenberg. She was here earlier, but she left. She's got to work. But she is in very much opposition to having a new road put in adjacent to her property. So I'll give my rest of my time to, you want to talk? Thank you for hearing this appeal.
Randall Turner, one more time. Mr. Shane keeps talking about the lot width, his 60-foot wide lots and our 75-foot wide lots. It's not just the lot size, it's the square footage of those lots. If, with his proposal, it's 60 foot by 120 feet, which is 7,200 square feet. Our lots are presently a minimum of 11,625 square feet. So his lots are approximately 40% smaller than ours. That's a huge change. Also, with any zoning change to A4A, if this development does not get completed for any reason, the property would remain A4A, which allows 6 lots per acre, which 10 acres, just under 10 acres. So, 58 lots theoretically could be put on that parcel instead of his planned 35 lots. It's not compatible. Thank you very much.
You have 44 seconds left if anybody else wants to speak, or are we good to move to Mr. Shane for his 3 minutes? Looks like we're good to move to you.
Hopefully, as all of you are aware, your parish zoning code, Unified Development Code, when you look at density, you look at the overall acreage of the site. You don't just look at the acreage that consists of the footprint of the homes themselves. So if you look at the staff report, it'll indicate that it's 10 acres. Yeah, technically, it may be 9.88. That's what our engineer put, plus or minus. The point is that there is enough property here to support the proposition. If you would, take a look at the development plan that we proposed. It should be in your packet. Once you get there, you should see that there is a public right-of-way 60 feet wide that connects to Hellenberg Road. That's not property that we're taking from anyone or asking the parish to donate to us. Any homes that might be in that area bought knowing that there was a public right-of-way there. And it's my view that that public right-of-way was put there to service this 10-acre tract. I think there's a reason it's there. It's nestled in between all these other developments. The other thing I would suggest to you is that the lot sizes in this development are the development is self-contained. I really don't believe that the width of the lots is going to be a significant factor as it relates to the people that live on the north side of us or the back side of us. And for the life of me, if you look at this plan of development, 35 lots, zoned A4A, how would you get another 60-foot lot in that plan if this developer doesn't develop it in this manner? There's literally no way. Granted, we took out area for green space and detention, which your code requires, but the suggestion that this opens Pandora's box to allow for a 40, 50, 60 or more lot subdivision, it physically can't happen. I believe that as you determined in the prior case, you believe that the staff, I assume that you believe that the staff report and the recommendation of the zoning commission had some real weight and it meant something. Well, in this instance, I think the statement I read to you from the zoning staff report and the vote of the zoning commission and the fact that we do have an opportunity to eliminate commercial, provide for a self-contained subdivision that should be very compatible with everything around it, and hopefully encourage the redevelopment of properties along Slimmer Road. Hopefully that encourages you to concur with the Zoning Commission recommendation this evening. Thank you for your time.
Can we keep going? All right, Mr. Toledano.
Thank you, Mr. Airy. The hour is late, and I'm going to do something, and I'm going to ask your support on it, because in fairness to all these people here, of which I've had very, very minimum communication on this project. And I hear some objections from Mr. LaRose, well-spoken. I see a lot of people out here very interested, and I've had very little communication on this. There's no question in my mind that at the end of the day, all of us are going to want something that is not indicative of what is either there or close by. Slimmer Road is an older development. It does not, in my view, present very well at all. So, given the hour and the fact that, in my view, this project requires more communication, and I want to hear more communication on it, I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to table it tonight, allow some dialogue to take place, and this matter will be resolved at the next meeting. So I move to table.
I have a motion by Mr. Toledano to postpone, second by Mr. Canulet. Do we have any discussion on that request? Or?
For 1 month? Correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Any discussion or anything on that? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
And here I am. Okay, thank you. We go to ordinances for adoption. Item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6882, an ordinance to revoke an unopened portion of Dupree Street located in the town of Mandeville subdivision, Ward 4, District 7. Mr. Davis.
A move to adopt.
By the way, each of these requires an 8 vote. I mean, we have 13 people tonight with Ms. Casbon out of town, but all of these votes require an 8-vote majority to pass. So your motion is
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Canulette. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Item 2 is ordinance calendar number 6883, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Denny Crawford Road, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
Be strong over there, Fitzgerald. Be strong.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. You're hanging in there, buddy. You and Miss Cheryl. Okay, item 3 is ordinance calendar number 6884, an ordinance to amend ordinance council series number 21-4649 and 21-4720 to correct the footage for English Oak Drive in Grand Oak subdivision, Ward 1, District 1. Ms. Tanner. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Item 4 is ordinance calendar number 6885, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany to acquire servitudes by donation of parcels for the Bell Point Drainage Improvements Project, Ward 1, District 1.
I'll make the motion.
You got the motion, Ms. Tanner?
I got the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald's got the second. Okay, please vote. You're a gentleman, Dave.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Item 5 is ordinance calendar number 6886, an ordinance to officially name a private access road, Silver Trail. Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Item 6 is ordinance calendar number 6887, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 25 acres of land from its present A1 suburban district, RO rural overlay, and MHO manufactured housing overlay to a PF1 public facilities district, Ward 2, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Item 7 is ordinance calendar number 6888AA, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map to reclassify 20 acres of land from its present A2 suburban district to an A2 suburban district at RO rural overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Davis.
A motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 8 is ordinance calendar number 6889, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .29 acres of land from its present A4 single-family residential district to an A4 single-family residential district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Drum. Mr. Drum.
Mr. Drum.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mind was.
It's okay.
For this one, is so moved for that?
Yeah, so moved. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Item 9 is ordinance calendar number 6890, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .41 acres of land from its present A4 single-family residential district to an A4A single-family residential district, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Fitzgerald. I was stuck on Miss. Second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Item 9 is ordinance calendar number 6890, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify, nope,
91.
I'm on 91. No, item 10 is ordinance calendar number 6891, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 2.15 acres of land from its present A3 suburban district to an A3 suburban district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 7, District 11. Mr. Drum.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Item 11 is ordinance calendar number 6892, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision of or rezoning of certain property and/or on the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by South Military Road, Gauze Boulevard East, Amber Street, Lake Village Boulevard, Crossgates Boulevard, Highway 1090, East Portage Rivers Road, Portage River Road, West Pearl River, and Doubloon Branch. Ward 9, District 9, Mr. Mike Smith. Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Item 12 is ordinance calendar number 6893, an ordinance to extend a 6-month moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. T.J. Smith, and I know you know this, T.J., we need an update on this.
Yes, I make a motion to adopt this with the explanation that is provided for you in your packages.
Yes.
And if you have any questions about them, there are, I think, 10 bullet points here that we provided for you in this explanation. The first 6 were the first one that we provided you 6 months ago. And the last 4 include what we are looking to do in the next 6 months, which includes being a project consultant has been hired already. We've been through the procurement process. The appropriation of the funds have been passed by us, and the other 3 as well. So if you've got any questions about those, I'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Do any council members have a question for Mr. T.J. Smith? No. Thank you, Mr. T.J. Smith. Thank you for the explanation. And you make a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Motion to extend the moratorium for additional 6 months, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 12 is ordinance calendar number 6893, ordinance to extend a 6-month moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion, Ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on a receipt of submissions to the Parish Zoning and Planning Commission for the rezoning of subdivision of property and/or on the issuance of permits for construction or placement of any building structures on property south of I-12, north of Highway 190, west of Highway 11, and east of the precinct S19 boundary line within unincorporated boundaries of Ward 9 in District 14, and that's ordinance calendar number 6894. Mr. T.J. Smith.
Yes, sir. Make a motion to adopt with the explanation provided to you again on this particular moratorium. The first 5 of which were what was reported to you when we first put this into place the last time, and the last 3 are items that we plan on accomplishing this next 6 months.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith to extend for 6 months the moratorium, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 14 is ordinance calendar number 6895, ordinance to amend the 2022 grants budget, amendment number 1. Ms. Leslie?
Yes. This amendment has 5 different grant awards that we're accepting for low-income family energy assistance, for our animal services department, and also for GOSEP for state and local funding for the parish and the sheriff's office.
Excellent. Okay, do I have a motion on this? Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Any questions, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 15 is ordinance calendar number 6896, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 15, sales tax District 3, District 5. Mr. Toledano. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. David Fitzgerald. Any questions, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 16 is ordinance calendar number 6897, ordinance to establish a growth management, annexation, and revenue sharing agreement between St. Tammany Parish Government, Sales Tax District Number 3, and the town of Madisonville, and to provide for other matters in connection therewith, Ward 1, District 4. Mr. Toledano. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item number 17 is ordinance calendar number 6898, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 18.66 acres of land, more or less, from its present PF2 Public Facilities District and NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District to an A4A Single Family Residential District, Ward 1, District 1.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 18 is ordinance calendar number 6899, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 14.87 acres of land from its present A6 multifamily residential district to a PBC1 planned business campus, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 19 is ordinance calendar number 6900, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 20.44 acres of land from its present PF2 Public Facilities District, NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District, and A6 Multifamily Residential District to a PBC1 Planned Business Campus, Ward 1, District 1.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 20 is ordinance calendar number 6901, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 30.78 acres of land from its present A2 suburban district to an A3 suburban district, Ward 1, District 1.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. David Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 21 is ordinance calendar number 6902, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south to west of Bricker Road, Covington, in which property comprises a total of 160.44 acres of land, more or less, from its present PBC1 Planned Business Campus and A4 Single Family Residential District to a PBC1 Planned Business Campus and A4 Single Family Residential District and PUD Planned Unit Development District, Ward 1, District 1.
So move it. Mr. Dean sends his apologies for having to leave early, Mr. Chairman.
please pass on our thanks to you, Mr. Toledano. For Mr. Toledano, thank you. We needed that. Thank you. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote. Yeah, that was good, right? That was good.
Mr. Toledano,
Okay, hold on. We have no items off the floor recorded.
the motion passes with 10
I'm sorry.
yeas, 1 nay, and 3
I'm
absent.
just going to look left and right. Do we have any council members that wish to pull up an item off the floor?
Motion to adjourn.
None? Motion to adjourn? So moved. Here we go. What's that?
Use this one, don't you?